am sure sports. You know me there, from coast to coast representing. I mean, I say this is righteous representing for Omar. You don't know, come get the sports over here from near and far. Boy. Me say I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. If me not sure, that me not say it. Know who score, that me not say it. Never know no game play, that me not say it. If me never see no game, me no know who play. For your sports news, better come over here so. For your soccer news, then come over here so. If you don't love sports, still come over here. For the day done, you are gonna love over yourself.
So when it comes on to behavior concerning football, Jamaica is decent. I am sure that if we can get all of these things done, set in place by the end of April, it gives us enough time before the World Cup campaign. Not afraid of no Brazil, no Argentina with these crapper players. We are good enough. Remember to like, subscribe, share. Listen, comment, let me know what your thoughts are.
Trick Jerk Marinade gives your meats and vegetables authentic Jamaican jerk flavor. The spices are directly from Jamaica. Spices like jerk seasoning, allspice, scotch bonnet pepper, fresh scallions, thyme, ginger, and garlic. The key ingredients to a great jerk marinade. 0% sugar and low in sodium. You want to try it?
Made up of 18 Jamaican herbs and spices. Add delicious, bold flavor to your next grilling experience. Flavoring sauce, a marinade, basting, condiment, or topping. Trick Nick Jerk Barbecue Sauce.
All right. Good morning. Welcome to I Am Sure Sports. I am your host, Manins Man. How are you doing this morning? Hope everyone is doing well, having a great day, celebrating life as usual. All right, this is the morning after Arsenal were defeated by 3-1 by Manchester City in the EPL. Not a good day. But I also want to big up all my friends over there in Trinidad and Tobago. They scored a late goal in their game and they qualified for the round of 16 in the CONCACAF Under-17 championships. They were down 1 to Barbados, and they came back late in that game. So big up all my people over there in Trinidad and Tobago. All right, welcome to all the persons in the comment section, all the persons who watch I Am Sure Sports and our subscribers and supporters of this channel. All right. Today I am going to speak strongly on some things. You understand me? I'm going to address some matter, and the reason why I have chosen to address this matter is because I am involved in it, and my name is somehow connected to it, and for the purpose of clarity and for the purpose of transparency, I think it is very important that I deal with this matter forthwith. I allowed it to slide the first time it transpired, but this time around, I have to do it, right? And I have evidence to substantiate everything that I'm going to say. I will be forced to call some names, just so that everyone can understand. But I will also have to hold some names. It is not meant to be disrespectful, because I think all persons involved in this has one objective and one objective only, which is that Jamaica as a nation do well and do better, number one. Number two, that when it comes on to the sport of football, that the general consensus is that everyone wants our football to do well. Sometimes the decisions that are made, it doesn't come across that way. But I believe in giving people the benefit of the doubt. One of my mantra is this: where experience don't meet expectation, fill the gap with trust. To simply explain it, it means give people the benefit of the doubt that they mean well. All right? Give people the benefit of the doubt that they mean well. All right? I have a guess. I don't know if I should bring him on now, because I want to share what happened. Then I can bring on my guest, because I don't want to bring him on and then he says, well, I never know that this is what is happening, management. All right? So I want him to listen first. Then he's in the background. Then I'm going to bring him on. If he doesn't want to come on, given what I'm going to say, he can just irks and exit. All right. So there's a gentleman in the United States of America who, when the under 17 trials were held, he made some allegations that were not true. Recently, a flyer went out with an under 15 trials, and the said gentleman has made the same allegations that he made when the under 17 trials took place in North America, in Port St. Lucie to be exact. All right? So let me give you some background. Having been on this channel, I've heard the cries of many people in the diaspora, about how we are missing out on talent, missing out on kids, and all the kids are not being given a chance, and we're all Jamaicans, we're all equal. So I, as a person who want to see change, got involved in the process. How did I do that? I got involved in the process because I want to make sure that every Jamaican, including my sons, have equal opportunity to display their skills on the field and be given a chance to be selected. So I have some friends. They are in a city called Port St. Lucie. Lots of Jamaicans around there, so many. They are all connected. You would have seen many of them at the football games that the all-school team, and they were instrumental. Talk to Mr. Keith Wellington, how the Jamaican population, that side, people like even Kerry James, Freddie Butler, so many of them, Excelsior, Ali Cup Dons, people like Chris Bailey, Samba, so many, Damian Luke, so many Jamaicans, all right? Follow me, came together, all right? So when I went up, and I was up there, I met with Freddie Butler, and we said, listen, I said that I know you're a part of the Jamaica setup and you left because of certain things. Give Jamaica a chance. He said, all right, man, how can I help? I said, all right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to see if we can give players in North America, seeing that you have the facilities, let's make this available. We did the under 17 thing. Mark you, I believe some good talent were missed, like Dawkins was missed at that trial because he was there. But fine. I'm not the coach. People came out and said that the players were being paid money. From that day, I've been asking them, let the player call, send a message, and tell us who asked him for money and who did they pay. The person who was doing the registration is Rastafarian brethren called Samba, that comes back to Excelsior every single year and support that system. He was doing the registration on the day. People wanted to give their money, and he and Wendell Downswell stood up there. It's on video, people, and said everything is provided free of cost. Free under their registration. This person, so recently, you would have seen an under 15 flyer. The flyer wasn't designed by the JFF. Again, people in the diaspora wanted to help, made the flyer. In fact, my email was on it, and I said, no. We sent it to the JFF. They approved it, and they changed and put an email address on it. It was the incorrect email address at first because it had jff.com. They changed it to JFF Live. The flyer went out yesterday. I was the first person to share it. Watch this. As soon as the flyer went out, well, this morning, I got message that, let me read the message that the person sent to me. Let me show people, I'm going to show you the flyer now, because you see these things, it must stop. So, like I say, I have a guess, I just want to clear up this. So let me put up the flyer. The flyer has no telephone number on it. Some of you would have seen it. So if you have kids born, all right, let's bring up the flyer. All right. I could show you the first one, but let's just show you the second one. All right. So let me show you so you can see the important information. All right. So I'm going to share the flyer with you. Like I say, I have a guess, I'm going to bring him up shortly, right? This is the flyer. So I'm going to challenge some people because this must be put to rest. This is the flyer. You see the date, March 18th and 19th. Players born 2008 and 2009. See there? Location, McChesney Park, Port St. Lucie, Florida. The contact information is right here. It says experienced players only, right? See there, the contact information. Tamesia, who I don't know, the JFF. Please note that all players must possess a Jamaican passport and citizenship or is in the process of acquiring such. That is the flyer that was sent out, people. No. That flyer was sent out, people. All right? That flyer was sent out. Somebody sends me this message when the flyer was sent to them. Yeah, man, the same flyer I sent out, them. Somebody sent me this message. Not me. And he puts two names in there. I'm going to protect the name of the people. Blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah camp. And here's what they type. Charging $50 per player again. The person sent me this message saying that these two persons, two friends of mine, I have the message on the phone, I'm reading it. It says, not me, meaning I am not the one, the person is saying to me, keeping this trial. It is these two people, and they are charging $50 per person. Of course, you know that management get livid. When I got livid now, the person started shifting. No. I'm not accusing anybody. It is what I'm hearing on the ground. I have asked the person, tell me the person, because I have parents who tried the first email and it didn't work. Tried the second email and it worked. And they have not been asked for any money. This person is out there telling people that the GFF charging $50 per player to do the trial. Why people stay like that, man? I don't want to call any name in a big man. But you need to stop it. You need to stop it. Because you're putting people's reputation at stake. So we said to the person, give them my contact number. This I am sure sports number, and give them a personal contact number. Give them the number of Freddie Butler, who is in Port St. Lucie. And let them call and tell who is asking them for money and who did they pay money. They don't know any name. Every time you ask them, who are the persons? Which player? Say a player asks the parent and the player. So say, who is the parent? Because the email went out yesterday. There is no phone number on it. It's an email address. So who is asking them for money? You don't register until the day and it is in March. So who is asking them for money? Why you still like that? Why Jamaicans still like that, Aya? Why are we like that, people? Why are we so tear down and cut down and corrupt? Like if we're not involved, it can't happen. Because we are the boss of all things. I don't want to call any name, you know. But if you do it again, you will call any name. Because it's wrong, brother. You're a big man. Whatever beef you have with people, go sort out your beef. I met parents and they said they would love to have the opportunity, but they can't fly their kids to Jamaica. We found the place and say, all right, bring them down here and try them out. No money involved. And you're going around talking about parents calling and saying that they have to pay $50 registration. Who asking for the money? Tell me. I saw me here. Who you hear from? Somebody. Every day we get up, we blame somebody. Why the police not lock up somebody? He has been wanted for a long time. From the day I banned somebody across cause problem in Jamaica. And somebody has never made a wanted list. It's full time now the police lock up somebody. Let me see who they're going to blame. Every day somebody get blamed. Anytime I buck somebody, you know. Anytime I buck up somebody, a problem at street. Cause too much problem. If somebody not have no name. The man said a player paid money to do the under 17 trial. Me said, tell me the name of the player. Let the player send a message and talk. Hide him name and talk. Who him pay? And you're listening right now, you know? You're listening right now. Call in and challenge me. Send me a message. Give the player my number. Here's the next thing I want you to do. All right. You text me. I'm going to give you an independent person. You see the youth name Demo? You see the youth name Jason? Good youth them. Tell them to send it to them people there. If you don't want to send it to management. So don't give too much problem, man. And tell too much lies. So I don't remember, you know. The message I have got delete because I have them, you know. You can delete them still, but we store them long time. But we have a guess on the thing. I mean, you understand me? Because we have some more things to get into. Mr. Speed.
Yes, sir. How are you?
I didn't want to bring you on when me vent. Me I give you time to leave, you know, cause I'm mad.
No, me not leave. Cause me not kind like him. You call him.
Oh, you call him. Oh, you know.
I'm not afraid of nobody. I'm with.
Right.
Just like when you see him, when me see him, he must forgot to tell me why I call up my name. I want two things me guard now, my integrity, you know. You know, can't send me do whole heap of things. But when you talk about impropriety, you know, me have to protect my reputation with my enemies, sir. And me have to tape them. Me have WhatsApp, me have messages too with him voice funny. So I don't like say him can't sue me. Can't sue me.
So talk, cause the people them must say who?
So Michael Barnes, him name. Me have him voice and everything. Him a grown and a spread rumor. I mean, this man, you know, first last night, my vice president called me and tell me the same thing. And I said to my vice president, say, Mikey Barnes tell you so. And he laugh. But me give a message to Mikey Barnes, but he say, nah, give him because of his song. So me like Michael Barnes to call me personally, since he called me name from the last trial, me give me a message myself. Right? So, for instance, I am a person who just same as you say, instrumental in help to hear the plight of the people from the diaspora that they want to play for Jamaica. We can't afford to carry down so much of them down here. So we decide say why we don't have a civ in the USA. And we have an extensive plan for USA and England to see if we can get, you know, to look at some of the young players them to play for the national team. Altimon Butler said will help us. So we have his help. So we do it last year and we do the next one this year in March. We have a next gentleman from which more calling it in New York. New York too cold now. So we can't go New York yet. We have to wait till maybe in about May before we can go New York. And again, we plan to do this thing again next year when the players become 16. What we're preparing for is the under 17 World Cup qualifiers 2 years time. So we plan to do it again when them reach 16 to look again to see if we see anybody come up that we can draft in our national team. So it's something that we really want to do. And as me say, Mikey Barnes, you can't stop nothing. Just trust me, you can't stop. We're not even business with you. He's a non-entity, a little liar. Anytime I see you, I gotta ask you why you're so lie. Me personally, I gotta ask you why you're so lie. Because I don't know why you think big man like me would not come on and talk about more 50. When I do it 50 US, so I do it in Mikey Barnes. You can't do nothing to me. I just tell you plain. Maybe you need it more than me. Maybe next time we'll make you charge and you take the money. Because you need the money. That's why you talk about it so much. I don't need any money. Come on. So anyway, we have to carry our program forward. And and you just a like a foot. You're not even a footnote now, Michael Barnes. Stop calling up people name and try and mix up people a little with yourself. Nobody not really interested in you. So, but this thing is going on now much because we see where it can bear fruits and give everybody opportunity to play for a country. We're going to go back. We are going to New York in about May when the weather is right. We're going to try to go California too because we kind of want to go all over US and make sure so we get every Jamaican a chance. As soon as we get some more money, we'll probably end up. We're going to do it next year when the players are 16 too. We try and see if we can get another base and see if we can get the best players to represent the country. All that we want Jamaica to do well, and that's the whole idea about it. We're speaking to somebody to go in the UK too to do the same thing. So we don't get anybody yet to agree. But when people like Mikey Barnes come and talk these things, it make people don't want to help us. You're anti-Jamaican. That's what it is.
What I'm saying is that it just don't make no sense. All that is on the flyer is the name of a contact person, email address. If you email somebody yesterday, how would $50 come into it?
No, but what he's doing is he's stopping people.
Why you do that?
Yeah, but what he's doing is people want to help us and we're talking to them. Them don't want their name calling or these type of things either. So them probably don't want to help us anymore. So in other words, I spoke to somebody who is in New York and them say, yeah, you can get my field when you're ready, come. And then we'll set up everything. But when him talk like that, all him trying to do, him anti-Jamaica, that's what he is in a youth. You're anti-Jamaica. You know?
Well, what people are saying is that he's still upset about some under 23 thing where he put a lot of money in it for some under 23 trials that fell through, and he had invested a lot of money with him and the JFF. I don't
know anything about that. Yeah, I wasn't in the JFF at the time.
No, but that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you have that beef there, then go and take it out with the persons who are there.
And make a claim.
But no, they came up with the same thing that this player, he, according to him, because I have the voice note, according to him, the player, See, I have somebody who wrote, right? This is somebody that I sent it to, right?
Well,
it says,
let me read this. It says, not even read, not give him no props. No, not read nothing what him say.
No, man, it's not from him. This is actually from a parent. This is a parent confirming that there is no money.
Okay.
All right. So here's what the parent said. So the parent sent it to the same email address. It says, "Dear Tamisia, my name is so-and-so. I am writing to register my son, so-and-so, for the under-15 boys trials in Port St. Lucie, Florida. He was born in this time and is 14 years old. He currently plays for the Dallas Texans Elite Club National League. He's a defender and plays center back. Let me know if there's anything else you need in order." All right? So this is refuting everything he's saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
I will pass on the information and Tamisia Gray, the only response you're getting when you send the email is that I will pass on the information to the relevant person. Mikey Barnes are telling me, say no, somebody asks the money. Where in that? Because the only response from the email, all the emails from the parents that I have contacted is I will pass it on to the relevant persons. All of them said the same thing. I will pass it on to the relevant person. I will pass it on to the relevant person. And the man come and say that people are talking about they get charged money. unless there's some intermediary somewhere that we don't know about purporting themselves to be, I don't know.
So which I need to tell everybody that anybody who's coming to the trials, please do not pay any money to anyone. And if anyone asks you for money, I want you to report them to the same email address that is on the flyer, so we can deal with them. Because if we just believe that somebody is being improper, and them work with the JFF, then gone. Them now have no more work. I can tell you that. And anybody who charge money for these trials, JFF not deal with them none at all again either. So make me just put it out there clearly that we understand that the parents already have to provide for themselves for transportation.
Buy ticket and hotel.
Yeah, why would we charge them any more money?
This person is coming from like Dallas. So the person who wrote this is coming from Dallas, which means they have to fly in, book in a hotel, for the time. Why would they, like, me not understand, man. But what I'm saying is that here's the issue, you know. So now, because this is probably the first time this kind of recruitment is taking place, which is good for the nation's football in general. Why do we have to murky the waters with personal vendettas and stuff and calling people name, putting people name out there, people who lead things, that is people's reputation. It's like we have no regard as a society for people's reputation.
And not only that, you know, when I personally don't go to these things, you know, people don't even understand why I don't even go. I don't even go at training. I don't even go at match, go watch nothing, because people just love call my name. So when we do, make sure I put things in place and leave it alone, make the system work.
Yeah.
So there's no registration fee. No registration fee. People.
I think Duckland just gave us a good idea. Right. They're saying just put on the flyer, no registration fee, which is good. Real old baller, you see now? I had to put up that one. That's a good one. But you know, that's a good idea. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Maybe we should put that. You know.
Yeah. So what we're going to try and do is put no registration fees are required.
Correct. And again, we just have to thank the people in the USA.
All right,
just in case.
Fresh God. No, sorry. Let me just Fresh God. No, man. I predict, you know. I predict that is going to be the scoreline tonight. Because that is a plan B. It's a prediction, Fresh God. It's not the speed game. Yeah, but go ahead, Business B. Go ahead.
No, I was just telling, you know, we thank the people in the USA for support us and in our quest to ensure that the best talent represent Jamaica. And just as enough people start watching the program, so I hope say we can find somebody over California side, because both of these trials are near, you know, is on the the other side of the USA. So we need, or even in Colorado, someone that is near a little bit more central. So we hope that somebody there can also volunteer for host a trials for us for the national.
Over in California side.
Yeah. That side. Even if it is somewhere in Arizona or even Colorado, at least Nevada. Fairly central, so we can get people from all. We can see every talent. We don't want to leave any talent behind, because it's a part of our talent identification.
Yeah, but the one thing I'll say, Mr. Speed, that I think at the recruitment we need better. I will say this, and this is me personally. I think we need better eyes.
Better what?
I think we need some additional eyes or a panel of eyes to look at because I think personally, I think in the under-17 trial, we missed the better talent.
No, well, look here. You're right. You're probably right. I'm not gonna say you're totally right.
So do we need a group of?
But look here, it will get better, So I'm now kill what happened first. Because we just start. It will get better as we go along. What is important is that we start, and we start now, and it will get better, and even better talent will start to come eventually too, as soon as it becomes a staple, which is what we're trying to establish. Make it become a staple, and as a calendar event in the US, so people know that at that particular time they're going to come out for the national team. Everything is a process.
Man, say don't use man in wear glasses. You wear glasses to Minzy, so I guess both of us are out. And Ryan wear glasses too, so I don't know. Welded glasses he wears too, so I don't know. But Boris Johnson is asking if these trials are part of the talent identification scheme.
Yes, because the talent identification that we're working on is a long-term project. Is not just a short-term project. So even if some people are identified in this particular one, it don't mean so next year when we do it again, these persons going to still be in the pool, because players progress at different rates. So if you might have a player with talent overtaking those that we identify first, but we're going to keep up because the World Cup qualifiers will be 2 years' time. So that is what we're preparing for. So we're going to make sure we look at all, we're trying to not leave any talent behind, make sure we look at everybody in different years, and then we pick the best one to represent us at the World Cup qualifiers.
Yeah. All right. Duklan, you see the whole thing, because Duklan is saying that no registration fee, and please report any inappropriate or suspicious activity to the email address on it. I think that's a good thing to put on it. I'm going to see if we can find where I think, Mr. Speed, that is something that could be put on the flyer, right? No registration fee required, and any inappropriate are just put in. What do you think? Oh, so like Mr. Speed and Gid, as soon as he comes back, we'll ask him and find out. And then if that can work, then maybe the flyer could be adjusted to say that.
Yeah, Mr. Man. Yeah, what you say now?
Yeah, so what Duklan Senate is saying that maybe the flyer should say no registration fee required, and please report any inappropriate or suspicious activities to the email address.
Yeah, to hustle off the thing. No,
No,
you can't
put hustle on the flyer.
No hustling.
You can't put no hustling on the flyer. Yeah, that's the right. This will talk to you. All right. So Duklan, so just WhatsApp me that, and then we see if we can get the flyer adjusted. But people, if you're listening, like Mr. Speed said, there's no registration fee required. In fact, what they're saying is that if somebody, whomever they are ask you for money, report it. And again, for the person who Mr. Speed called your name, you said that one player said that he paid money to do the. I would love for you, because the JFF.
Making clear, yeah, I don't know who the player paid, so making clear of himself as to who it paid, because I don't know
who did the player give the money to register.
We want to know.
Because I know, in fact, you know what? I am going to call the person who did the registration on the day when the thing were being held. Because for that particular one, I want you to remember that there was no registration per se with the GFF. It was the first one, right? So there was no. So I'm going to call the person. All right. I'm going to call the person. You don't mind that, Mr. Speed? This was the person who was sitting at the desk alongside Wendell Downswell. So let me call him. Right? People and person who, if there's any payment, call one of the vloggers and let's call the name, but report it to the GFF. All right? So let me call because this person is going to. When them say don't put on it, no pant on business. Hold on. Unseen.
There.
Yeah, man, we are trying to clear up something, because sometimes said Jamaicans, mess up what happened, Some of us are built, some of us are tear down. You understand me? We need to stop it as a society, man. We have to build together, man. I'm trying to get a call in to see if we can sort this out. Hey, Mr. Speed, but tomorrow the JPL show. But in the meantime, what happened down at the jungle, man? The rumble in the jungle?
It's hard to beat. It's hard to beat so much people.
Are you 11 versus 11?
No, it wasn't.
Just now finishing, Sir Speed.
No, not only that. We get 2 hands. The second goal, the man clearly follow our player, so our player then stop play initially. Because our player, and it's hard to beat so much people.
All right. No, you're here, Mr. Speed, because so people, you hear that. So one, we're trying to call the person who did the registration. Who, let me tell you, this person, whenever you have national teams traveling through Fort Lauderdale, this is the person who personally like help Jamaican sporting team, part of the Ali Cup. Ryan LFC, you know them money. Them money now do them thing, the Ryan. And he was doing the registration. They call him Samba. Them man, they not do them thing there. It is not right, Mr. Barnes, to be saying these things. These are people of high reputation.
And then when him say it like that, go on like say, you know this little backhanded way or you slide people reputation for say your ear so or somebody says so. You know, like make up some like a story. Brother, if you know who, just come straight. I mean, unless he's like a coward, sniveling coward, come straight and say, that person tell me so them pay that person. Yeah. As a matter of fact, you're not even say so neither unless you have proof. Next thing not no go so.
All right, hold on. I think I have the color. Hold on. All right, Samba, this is Manning's man. Me have you on ear, you know. So please just slow down and listen to me. Come, I have to call you, you know. All right, because me know you're a man of high reputation. But you know the same argument about the registration at the last under 17 that players were being charged. It came up. So I am telling the people that nobody was charged, and you are the person of high repute and reputation who was sitting at the desk, volunteering your time after leaving your work, bringing all who's supposed to come from the airport. So I want you to talk to the Jamaican people. You understand? Because I want them to know this, so that the man who goes around and keep on saying these things will stop saying them. Because it has come up again for a little under 15 one happening in Samba.
Good morning again, man. I hear you. When you bring me up on the spot again, you but what I respect me, I have to really answer to what you said. But to my understanding, I don't know what you talk about. Because like I say, I was there, I never see no money exchange, I don't see nobody pay no money to do no registration. I don't know if I can make it any clearer than that.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, man, we hear more on Jamaica here. And even the gears. What happened? Were the gears? Because remember when I spoke to you, you said even the gears were given to the players.
Yeah, the gears were given, but after they finished everything, I think they returned back all the gears.
Yeah.
I don't want to say something that you know what I'm saying is wrong, because you know what I'm saying. But one thing I could say, there was no one who paid for no kids to get registered to represent Jamaica. There was no money transaction. I were there, and I were the one that direct them to the coach, and I was sitting right there, and I said this already. I never see anyone, and I know of anyone, and I with my 2 eyes, I witness collecting or making any transaction with any money towards the kids them and the program. I didn't see anything, sir. That's all I have to say.
Hey, listen, I'm really glad you came on and cleared up this. All right, because listen, I know you know, because I know you don't like this, you know, but you see because I had to do the same thing with, so I'm going to call Freddie too, you know, because these are the people, names that are being called up.
A motherfucker, should I get Freddie on the tree and make we
Yeah, man. So let me call him. Right. Let me call him right now as well. So we're just going to deal with this once and for all, and then we are challenge the person who keep on saying these things to come and talk. Yeah.
Why? Get Freddie. Why?
Ryan, call him Ryan. Yeah, let me see if I can get Sir Freddie Butler.
Hello.
Yeah, man. You're live on I Am Sure Sports with Samba and Mr. Speed is on the thing, and Not Seen, Last Seen, Unseen is also here. But the people are listening, right? We're trying to clarify this thing because you're part of a dialogue this morning where you heard the person say that a player said to him that money was paid for registration, right? So, right? And we know for a fact that no money was collected. So Samba said, so we have you on the line. Samba is here as well. You are part of the process and help to put this. It is your club, your academy, your club facility that this is held.
Man, it is so easy, you know. When Mr. Speed and I talk about this, Mr. Speed has never at any point, said anything about registration, a fee, or anything. But it's quite easy, like I said, it's quite easy. Whichever parent said that they pay, just have that person identify the player and let the player step forward and just tell us who he paid and how much did he pay, and that's it.
And who, right? How much they paid
Because
and
at
who they paid the
no
money to?
point it was mentioned. Yeah.
They got the point.
Yeah, go ahead, Freddie.
Yeah, I was saying at no point with a discussion with Mr. Speed or anybody involved in the JFF, there was no mention of a registration fee or this $50 that we have to pay for the tryout. No mention. That didn't come up in any conversation. The only conversation is doing it and doing it right, identifying players for a long-term situation where we have an identification pool where we can follow these players and better the football of the country. That's all we discuss. No money.
Okay.
And Sambo was there at the last one. He's the one that helped with the later kids with the registration. So if anybody collect money, it must be him.
Freddie. You know, man, to be honest, Freddie said it, Freddie said Sambo when I hear the argument, and them say if anybody to collect money is you, and you rather give more than take. So them know them have this one wrong. The honesty man is man. There is no money and nothing transaction. Me and Freddie, like we always say, anything we want to do, we want to help the youth them and help the country. You see what I'm saying? It's all about the youth them, and that's all my believe, and that's what I stand for. So if anything to do with any money, I think it will be a me and Freddie I put out money instead of get money. So anybody who is saying any money transaction, we can vouch to me, we can vouch to Freddie, and we can vouch to all the coaches and everybody that will participate with helping out Jamaica trying to get to the next level. So I'm saying, so it's really bad and sad to really hear that somebody is going around with fars.
This won't stop you guys from doing it again.
No, when we know me can jump to the conclusion first. When it come on to my country and you them, no one can stop me but God Almighty himself, because as long as me alive, I will always have the youth them at Jamaica. I will say loud and clear. It doesn't matter if JFF or anybody in Jamaica don't like me. So as long as there's a youth from Jamaica and me can help Jamaica, I will help the youth. It's not about me. It's not about Freddie. It's all about the youth. Like if it wasn't about the youth, then I guarantee Freddie wouldn't have called me and me wouldn't have helped him. It's about the youth them.
And people, I want you to understand this is Samba from Excelsior. And if you don't believe this, ask anybody who has been at Excelsior High School playing in the Excelsior High School football team for the last 15 or so years. And they will tell you that these people give millions in cash and kind. This is the man who runs the Ali Cup, where everything at Ali Cup is free, including the upgrade at Excelsior High School. We're not going to talk about even Freddie and what he does in Port Royal and at Dunoon. So I don't understand where all of this has come from. Yeah, man.
Listen, man, this won't stop us. We're on to something good. We're on to something good. And it's a long-term project that Mr. Speed have in mind, and I don't see where this can stop us from contributing to the development of football in Jamaica.
Hey man, we can say something I'm going to Freddie.
Yeah,
right now, the man where I say it and who say it and everybody where I say right now, we have to focus and win the little game and we have today. And just carry on the country and carry on the youth them. I love we saying and we say loving the house, so you know, there's no negative thing, Want to make the youth them better. All me I do is support the program and everybody will call us, yo, straight love in the house, all the Jamaican youth them overseas. I represent Jamaica. So me I say,
yeah, man.
And just go and big up the man in a JFF and try to do a good job and just live clean, because it's always good over evil. And I'm saying, me and Freddie there, anything we can do for the youth them, I'm not care when anyone wants to say. It's not going to stop us. So
Anybody out there who feel like say, no, someone for there go stop cause. No, you can call my name 100 times. Me can always walk proud and hold up my chest high because yo, my heart clean. I'm gonna know Freddie would I say the same thing. Loving the house, man, is man.
Yeah, man, all right.
Back to work. Yes,
all right,
sir.
All right, Summer General. Freddie,
Jamaica,
yourself.
I love the idea, man.
So, man, you're there on a show now?
Yeah, man, I live.
I'm showing up on live.
I live. You set me up.
Oh, you mean, man? Oh, you mean, man? See, I'll mess up. I'll get mess up in the house. I'll mess up in the house, you know.
Mess up in the house?
Yeah, man. Yeah,
all
man.
right, okay. I can't catch you in the show. Try and catch you in the show.
In the house,
yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Big up you,
man. Big up Mr. Speed, because Mr. Speed I try and I do a whole heap, and it seem like every time Mr. Speed try to do something, it's always in the negative. So Mr. Speed, continue, you know, because I know you mean good, and you're trying your utmost best. So, like somebody say, love in the house.
Straight love in the house, man. Straight love in the house, man. Yo, I want to know Mr. Speed, but just continue your work. Straight love. Just continue. Just tell Mr. Speed, so just continue in program where I'm doing in my community, because the world know where me come from. And just go and develop the youth. Straight love. Love in the house. Green and yellow for life. Never change. All right?
All right, sir. All right, cool. Yeah, man. All right, so there you go, people. So those are the two persons. And you hear that again? So it is now Mr. Speed called the name and I repeated it. Mr. Barnes said money collecting, let the parent and the person call. And then argument done. Because I know no money no collect. And we need to stop. We must be one Jamaica, man. We cannot be tearing down what the other set of Jamaicans building up.
That the man there a traitor to the country, man. I'm trying to mash up the country football. I try to get the people them to not help us. Come on, youth. What you do? You don't know what you do. So all I can say is I could just leave that the negative there and move on to what we want. Because that the people want to hear. People don't really want to hear like a full negative.
Yeah, but yeah, so let's come back to what I was asking. I think you're trying to answer this, Mr. Speed. About the recruitment of the players them. Is there a way for us to get more eyes?
Well, I mean everything costs, you know. So some of the time we have to think about, I mean, and also it is a matter of trust, and also it's a matter of the coach or coach team. Maybe he has a particular type of player bias that he want based on that, whether what he think would serve Jamaica well. So in a way, you can get more eyes, but at the end of the day, you can't get a coach a player what him don't want. And that so there's that road you have to cross. So there's that road where you have to really think about when
okay, and seeing what you're saying.
So like what I know before you go to Unseen. So like Boris Johnson, him have a very good eye. I can tell you, Boris was one of the men who picked most of the players who played in the 2011 World Cup for Jamaica, that to qualify for the 2011 World Cup in Mexico. Boris Johnson was one of the person who picked most of those players who performed. So him have a very good eye.
Yeah, and all the people them have to do, you know, all they have to do is just join the, like Boris is there, him can go, you understand, maybe one of the persons who help to look and see and identify the talent. I know he was asking earlier what role can he play. Hey, Messam, you're out the side there, you know, Messam. So here's the thing, they want to do something out your side, you know, Messam. So we could link up Omar Daly, you know, up on Nevada, Houston there. See if we can keep a trial up there, you know. Mess up. You understand me? You see we can do something in Houston or in Nevada, you know. You understand me? See we can link up the great Ratty. Yeah. Unseen, what say you? Because you know all you want, every time you say Speed, you want to talk about Arnett win or Speed lose and blah blah blah. But
sir. I want to talk about under 17 that me want to talk about.
No man, listen, there's a plan B. Remember, listen, there's a plan B. People, I didn't get this thing wrong. So as far as I'm concerned, there's no way if Jamaica win the game, it defeats the purpose of the second game. So we're not going to win. we're not going to win. I don't know what Mr. Speed feel if we should go into games not to win, but I don't think.
No, I am not the one who is supposed to plot the way to the World Cup to qualify for the World Cup. Now the coach, them problem that as here is 4 coach we send over there, you know.
We
So
ask you
together. They must link it together and qualify. That's what them go over there for.
Seriously,
Not the interview.
seriously, we ask you if you were the coach. That we ask.
Me?
Yes.
Do you plot a way through, even if it means losing a game, or you want to beat every team in front of you? As a coach?
Me can't tell player for lose. So take that out of
Okay.
Can't do that.
Okay.
Because you have somebody who close to the coach now. I always come on the panel and say, boy, the coach
I
is
know what kind of idiot argument Duclan come. You never say.
You remember when he's one? You remember his one?
Yeah?
You remember the person close to Marion Garden?
How you know the person close to Marion Garden? You don't know that.
You're the man that talk, Reggie.
That don't mean saying close to the man. Listen, do you know the person?
Him know me. Him know me.
Yeah, but you don't know him. You don't know if he's close to Marion Garden. You're assuming, man.
All right, assuming. All right. So
Mr. Speed, let me ask you a different question though. J. Lloyd Smith, has he made any of your match day squad in the last 2 months?
J. Lloyd Smith, I'll play.
In the last 2 months? I mean, he played in February.
No.
Oh, so
but him in the squad. Him in the squad every week. What are you talking
about? Meaning he's in the match day squad every week.
Yeah.
He's on your bench.
Yeah. Yes, every week from this season. From him start play from last year. I'm in the squad almost every week.
How old is he?
I'm 16. I'm 17 this year.
So him too old to play. Under 17.
No, sorry, I'm 16 this year. Sorry. 16.
So he goes to school?
Yeah, he goes stats, but he had to sit out last year.
Oh, so he's not 16 yet. You sure?
I'm 16 already, man.
Oh, he's 16 this year. Same with 16 earlier in the year. Okay. So I'm wondering.
Yeah, come up with no.
No, I'm wondering.
He was with the team practicing before. If I let you ask the national team,
that's I'm wondering because I think he could make because I see him play in the Premier League before, so I was thinking that he could have made at least the bench.
I can't you want have a conversation there with Hansi.
Hansi, what you think? Oh, Premier League player can make with under 17.
Reggie, you see number 3 make the team.
Well, there's 2 of them have play Premier League. Keanu Jackson actually play more time than Baylor. More games.
The number 3 make him team.
Yeah.
How much tomorrow? But I'm sure the coaching staff have a plan, man, and I am not worried. I think they have a good chance to qualify. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I am worried. I am worried because I don't trust the players coming off the bench. I think we have a good enough starting 11, but I don't trust the players coming off the bench. Maybe the reserve goalkeeper, but I don't trust the players coming off the bench.
Yeah, man. So we don't answer the thing.
Man. Yeah. Why? I'm saying why every time you come on the program you talk about the number 3 though.
No, what I'm saying is that you talk about players, so you give one player will make it over them. So that means that them the better than him.
But unseen, why would you use a player that is on the field playing in the 11? Why wouldn't you use a player on the bench?
No, what I try to say, man, is you see, because he met the team, it means that the Cavaliers play them do better than him.
Where just say? Listen, where just say?
You see, now listen.
Because he made the team, it means that the Cavalier players are not better than him.
Yeah, man. So he met the team over them.
But
so,
but the Cavalier player could have still been on the bench.
Oh, you see other players they're on the bench and in the
So, Lord, listen. Unseen, just listen to me. I say. Every time you come on the program, you talk about the number 3. I am
Why
saying
we talk about him? Why we talk about him?
because you believe he's not good enough to be on the team.
Right.
All right. So I am saying to you, but the fact that he is starting, there are still an next 9 players who are on the bench that are not starting. Why are you not suggesting that J. Lloyd Simmons get one of those players' games?
All right, some man is man have a talk when me see him. When me see the number 3, me not see them.
So you believe that there are players on the bench better than the number 3?
Of course. Good and better than him, of course.
But you just say you don't see them.
Me see good enough in a high school football.
So you see some of them.
Right.
So Gooden, you said, is better than the number 3. So all right, so the number 3 would come on the bench and Gooden start.
Right.
All right, but if Gooden come off, the number 3 would go on. So there must be other players on the bench that J. Lloyd Smith could still come in for.
But when me hear from the training session was J. Lloyd Smith was one of the best centre back. So
Yeah, man. I am agreeing with you that J. Lloyd Smith is supposed to be in the team, you know. But why why replace the number 3 when he's in the starting 11? Why not one of the bench players? That's all I'm saying.
I understand what you say, man, but if you want that number 3 still on the side, based on where you want to the field, something wrong with your eye guy.
See, but no, what I'm saying to you, you want to move a man from your starting 11 completely out of the team. When you have man on the bench, you can't get no. But you have a next defender. But you have a next bench. You have a next defender on the bench who has not played a game. You want to.
All right. So listen what me I do, man. Listen what me I do. Listen what me I do. Take him out of the team. Not the reserve. Call J. Lloyd Smith. Come in at the squad. Put him on the bench. Good to start. That's me I do.
So what about Swaby, who is on the bench, who has not played a game?
Swaby, what position he play?
Defense or midfield. Why wouldn't you replace Swaby, seeing that he has not been proven good enough to play so far?
Man, it's when they make certain changes, man. We're not seeing an improvement in the squad.
All right, Mr. Speed, you understand what I'm saying?
No, sir.
The point I'm making is that if you have a player in a starting 11 and you have other players on the bench who are not getting game, how do you remove a player from your starting 11 completely out of your squad and bring in a new player when he's not injured? Wouldn't the first option be to drop somebody from the bench who not playing any at all?
When I hear you're mute.
And man, Anthony tell us when you are talking about the logics.
Nobody try that because if you say that,
so, but he's not talking about logics. He might talk about where you see. So you are trying to use logics to solve a problem. Him say not use logics to solve a problem. You might use ability. That he must say.
so like in the game, we come on and watch along and we say, man is man. So what you got me like? See him, no mistake where you make the money pick it
I am agreeing with you that J. Lloyd Smith could start in the team over the number 3. Where I don't agree with you is where you are saying that J. Lloyd Smith should come out of the team completely, even though
Robin, number 3, man.
Even though players are on the bench who are not playing.
But man is man. Somebody play them on the bench, not good enough neither, you know.
But that's the point me I make. So why wouldn't J. Lloyd Smith make it over them?
But him all right, so the player the number 3.
If he's on the bench, you know, he stands a chance of getting into the starting 11 over the number 3. Yeah.
Man is man, the number 3 shouldn't be starting, he should be on the bench. So him come out.
Oh, that's different now. But no, all right. No, I agree with you. But to take him out of the team. But there's also an ex-player called Kimani Jackson, who is a starting player, who play for Cavaliers as well in the Premier League. But that's what I'm saying to Mr. Speed. No, what I would say to the JFF, and Mr. Speed is a representative of the JFF, outside of the coach, there must be a broader panel of people at the onset selecting the large pool in terms of quality. And there, I don't know, are there outside of what the coach says, like, I like this player, are there certain criteria that the technical committee has as a minimum standard.
No, leave a technical committee out of this. Leave a technical committee, don't pick players.
All right. So me ask a question now. No answer question, management. As a management say.
All right, people, we're gonna introduce Tigat, but please, if all of you have if you need your hearing pod, well, he's at work today, so don't worry. He's not going to be loud. All right, go ahead and see.
So as a management, I say. All right, so I don't know. We need some new pair of eyes in terms of what we do to select coaches then, because that's the first mistake we are going to do.
I did not say that, sir.
Not you. Me I thought what me I say. This is what me I say.
Yeah,
right? Select what?
So what I know. So the person in charge of selecting, me I beat you. We get beat, you know.
The coaches. So you're saying that Mr. Speed did Mr. Speed not see it right?
My recommendation.
The classes they want to go feel a Cuba. Want to go be specialized doctor there. Classes them now work. This are the problem. I don't know how this coach stand up on the sideline and watch that garbage. Me not understand. Me traumatized.
So you're blaming the persons who selected the coach.
Of course, and this is the problem there from first.
Yeah, me are the problem. so what happened is that it's not really one coach we send still. We have 4 coaches there. So they are a team.
No, sorry, Gregory Messad. I know T got Mongo Davis this. A T got Jongo Davis. Go ahead, Mr. Speed.
Yeah, well, I mean, look here. We can always play Monday morning quarterback. You know, we're good at that. we're really good at that. But we are at a process. We're at a position in our country now where we are trying to see if we can progress our stock of coaches, players, managers, try to progress them up, because you know we know we want the quick fix right now, but you have to realize all of the countries them that win the World Cup, just to give you an idea, there's no coach outside of a country that win the World Cup, that coach in the World Cup team that win the World Cup, right? It have to be, it's always somebody that is born in the country and grew up in there with their, grew up in their football doctrine cup, right? When it comes to qualifying teams to World Cup too, and a lot of countries use players, other nationalities to qualify team for World Cup, people born in the country still have the edge in terms of numbers, right? They're over 50%. So we from Jamaica have to build up all our expertise while we're using overseas expertise. The biggest mistake we really make was from 1998. We never learned nothing, the locals. We just kept going till about 2018. We decided, say, all we have been doing before, not building up our local stock, now help us. Because, let me tell you the reason. Even if overseas coaches come, and you can see what happened in our Premier League. Look how much overseas coach come. We have name brand coaches, and then come out here and then suffer. Then can't win a match, and it become then graveyard. It's something they want to take off of them resume. It's because we never have enough good coaches to teach the players them to play properly from them young. So even when these coaches come now and take these players and I try instill certain things in them, when some of them are attack, it come like all Spanish, the coach attack, or some other language the players them, because them just don't understand what they're supposed to do. So yes, you can give me some licks, and we take the licks them, and I'm my fault. But at the end of the day, we have to develop our coaches them in Jamaica, so they in turn can develop the players them, because the overseas people now will come and develop players from grassroots. So our coaches have to get better, and it's a work in progress, and it's going to take time. So look here now. We jump from 98 and say foreign coach at the top. Wait carry after 20 odd years. Like nowhere. You understand? So we were doing it wrong. So now we are trying to use our coach, and me recognize too. So we have to get foreign coaches to coach some teams, which I've done with the senior team and the under 20 so far. And we do the same thing for the women's, and we're going to do the same thing for the women's under 20. So we have recognized that we still have some shortfall and it's going to take a time. So we have to employ some foreign coach, but we can't give up on all our local coaches. We still have to keep some.
All right, hold on. Let Tigat. I know Tigat has been here for a while. Let me say it's Tigat Tompatiel Davis. Let me say ask him.
Tompatiel. Yeah, man. Oh, yeah, man. Otis Edwards says, well, yes, man. That's my good friend Tompatiel there. Yes, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, all right. Morning, or good afternoon, panel. Mr. Smith, Mr. Speed, a good friend. I want to know what is the criteria to pick the coach for these for the under 17 or the under 20s and stuff. What is the criteria? All right, let me just point it to this coach. What is the criteria to pick that coach for this qualification? What was the criteria?
Oh, I think he's getting a phone call from the coach. So. Oh, I'm supposed to answer that, Brendan. For me,
money's man at fault, you know, because I'm a part of the selection. You know.
Oh, hey, man, number that.
Yeah, we need. Yeah, you see. Yeah.
I don't know about.
We need to know. Need to know what's the definitely qualification.
What Mr. Speed just said is that the under 20 coach is going to be a UEFA coach, the senior team, male and female. And
we understand that. But what is the qualification? Because there are this coach is the only coach that is qualified to coach.
Well, let's hear from Mr. Speed. I think he's saying that it is their fault. So let's find out what the fault is and what is the criteria, because that is important. What is the criteria for selecting coaches to our U teams? You hear the question, Mr. Speed?
Yeah, so
what is the criteria?
So the progression. Yeah. So look here. Yeah, as me say, you can't give me all I blame, and when you forget the praise, and forgive me, right?
Praise, man. Praise
but you know, see me moving in a direction where we can't see anybody have a problem with it, because before that, we used to select all of them D license and C license coaches to coach in national team. We never used to correlate them. We used to say them a big coach. And some coach when I no license when I say for coach in national team too.
That was before there was YouTube though. No man, that was before there was YouTube.
No, yeah, but even now, man, on the YouTube, me or them say so no license coach for coaching national team.
So Mr.
Finish.
Hold on,
let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me finish. So since 2018, we put in a thing say you have to have a B license to get a national team for coach, right? Now we put it in also you have to have an A license. So me a progress. What else can I do? So that's the progression. So you have to have an A license.
A license. All right, hold on. Unseen. Hold on. So Mr. Speed, is this coach in under 7? Is he the only one in the country have an A license?
No. But it's 4 coaches.
Oh, hold on. Can you tell me another coach in the island that has that have an A license?
A 10 coach, a 7 coach, them are almost 7 coach finish. And all
right. So what's the name of the 7 coach that have an A license?
Oh, but I can't go over that. The 4 coaches down there, the 4 of them finish their A license. The 4 were down there. A 4 coach.
Right. All right, fine. So give me the give me the other 3.
Mr. Speed, one.
Conflict of interest, yeah.
Yo, go ahead. What kind of this man is an idiot? The man said me have conflict of interest because I have an A license. He's an idiot.
No, mean it. No, hold on. Mr. Speed, why I say conflict of interest? Hold on, let me explain. Let me explain. Let me explain. Hold on.
Just hold on.
Let me explain.
Yeah, but Tigat, you are going to talk. I'm muting Mr. Speed. I am saying that you are going to talk because you're going to have to explain.
All right, cool.
Mr. Speed, me I go deal with Tigat. I know. A long time I want them thing I bring up. Come, me I go tackle him. Go on, Tigat.
Hold on.
Yeah.
But when we say conflict of interest, Mr. Speed, I wouldn't expect you to coach under 17 side. That's why I interject conflict of interest. You understand? Tigat. So I understand that you have a license, so I wouldn't expect you to go and coach your under 17.
Here's the question you ask. You ask the question: who are the 7 coaches with A license in Jamaica?
Right.
Mr. Speed answer was the 4 coaches over there. He said that he can't remember. He can't go through that. You said who?
Right.
He said 4 coaches over there. And then I said Mr. Speed, that is 5.
Yes.
There are 2
Right.
other coaches. We are naming
Right.
names. You immediately say conflict of interest, saying
Right.
that, and then you're going to explain it. But that have nothing to do with coaching the team. You're asking the names of the coaches. So how that come up with?
Okay, fine. No, because I was thinking ahead. My trainer go. Cause I was thinking. First of all, I know that Mr. Speed is a good coach. Mr. Speed win the JPL, so Mr. Speed is qualified to coach the team, the under 17 team. Because I know that he's better than the coach that is down there.
Yes,
You understand?
Okay.
You understand? I know that Mr. Speed is better than the coach that down there. So right there and then, when Mr. Speed said having the A license, I said conflict of interest. I was literally talking to myself. So Mr. Speed could not coach the under 17 team because next question, the next question I'm going to ask: what that coach win for him to qualify? Not only qualify, what him win for a coach under 17 team?
Okay.
We win the Costa Cup under 16. Ben Francisco.
All right. So Tiga, let me hear you have the conversation. Who
and women and then when girls cool.
No. Let me and Tiga have a conversation and bring some sense. Tiga, give me 2 recommendations. Who could coach the under 17 team?
All right, 2 recommendations. All right. If Mr. Speed never involved in a day,
Speed out of it.
hold on. Let me give you 2. You asked me 2 recommendations. If Mr. Speed was involved in the national program, Mr. Speed, or I'm going to give you 3. I would recommend Mr. Speed. I would recommend Mr. Butler, and I would recommend the one from my boy from Florida. Hold on. Listen. You asked me for my recommendation.
Go ahead.
And Mr. Butler and my Clarendon friend there. Lenny Hyde. Yes, those are my 3 recommendations. I would have put on that. Who can deal with youths? That's my recommendations.
All right. So let me tell you now where there's a.
I want him to list those 3 coaches where they win.
No, that's what I was going to ask him, because here's what. Based on what you said about Meran Garden, what has he won? All right? Because you're saying that he should not qualify. He doesn't qualify for coaching the team on the premise of not winning anything. So let me ask you this. The coaches that you recommend, take out Mr. Speed, right? Take out Mr. Hyde, because Mr. Hyde don't have the requisite qualification, which is a license. What has the other person you mentioned won?
One person.
What has he won?
He has.
What has he won?
No, we're not talking about what has he won.
But you
Even
just
about
said, so you're going to use different. All right, go ahead.
Yes, he has.
Let's check. You hear me?
Yeah, man. Yeah, on, Brian. Wait until Tiga finish and then you come in. Go ahead, Tiga.
Yeah, we see how he operate around young players and the direction how he push them. You understand? He take a nobody and turn them into something. The fact of the matter is, you could take a team like Mona and bring them to that far. That shows that he has quality. Without the rest of coaches that buying players, have quality players that come into their school and stuff like that. He take a school that has no football pedigree, so people can watch them and people can talk about them. So there you go, that this person has some sort of degree of quality of coaching a football team.
All right, so let me respond to you now, Tiga. So Meran Garden took a no-name Lennon to school. Lennon.
Nah, man. Lennon a good school, man.
Hey, let me talk to you. Let me talk now. Meran Garden took a no-name Lennon female football team to prominence. People who we don't know, never heard about it. And
female?
Hold on, man.
Female?
You listen, you just spoke about a person who took nobodies and turned them into somebodies.
No, but you're comparing apples and oranges. You're talking about female.
No. Listen,
quality female football players.
Tiga, the subject of the conversation is turning nobodies into somebodies.
Go ahead.
All right, that is not defined or attached to a certain gender. All right, Marion
They moved the
Garden.
goalpost, but go on.
No, man. Marion Garden also won the Costa Cup with Garvey Maceo. Here is an advantage that the person you mentioned has over all the other coaches. He had a group of players in an academy that he brought to a school for the most part. And most of those players were with him for several years, according to the said person. Our coaches in the Da Costa Cup don't bring in academy teams. They go to the school for the most part. And then when they go to the school, they use the players that are there, and over time they recruit. It is you who are comparing apples to oranges. So if we're going to go by that, I can give you some other coaches in Jamaica who have taken nobodies and brought them to somebody. Coaches in the Da Costa Cup right now. There's a coach at William Nib. He has not won anything. He took a Christo J. Daly from nobody, brought him to prominence, somebody. There's a coach who was at the team that Peter McGregor was at, who took him as a nobody and brought him to somebody. There's a
You're going to no, hold on. You're going to individual.
Mannings, you're trample for my point, them Mannings.
Go ahead, Brian. Let's hear what Brian has to say.
Yeah, morning. Well, afternoon. So T-Got, you know of a coach by the name of Dwight Jeremiah?
Not necessarily. No, but you're going to educate me now.
Yeah, he's a what you call them people there? He's a broadcaster, I think, or an analyst. But he coaches a school by the name of William Nib, who up until recently was not a school of great prominence in schoolboy football or in recent times. But he coached that team to the second round of the money after the Costa Cup. And at one point, they were a school that didn't concede a single goal. Everyone who watched them play thought that he was the best proponent at teaching young players how to really defend and to win games. And they had a very good season. Are you saying that he's eligible as a candidate to be coaching the under-17 team? Because he too, like the person you mentioned, didn't win anything, didn't have any academy players, and he only had these players for the summer leading up to the schoolboy football season. So should he be a viable candidate?
No, you see, I can't talk about him because I don't know him. If I didn't know him, I know the school, whatever, I could talk about it. I'm talking about people that I know. You understand?
Yeah, but just only what he did.
Mr. Lenny Hyde. Hold on, Mr. Lenny Hyde coach, not only Pioneer, he was coaching Tivoli. You understand? Another big school. So Mr. Lenny Hyde coach. You understand? Mr. Craig Butler coach and Mr. Speed coach. That's why those were my recommendation. Mr. the KC coach KC and also Arborview. You understand? So I see these coaches.
Who do you think? Let me ask you this question, Tigat. Who did a better job this year in schoolboy football? Campion or Mona?
Who did a better job?
Who was better? Campion or Mona?
I would say Mona.
You know that Campion.
The second upon that. The second upon that.
How you
know why I said?
Here's why I can't agree with you, because Campion College use Campion College players. No recruiting, number one, and they also the same team played under 16 where they went to the finals and played the Costa.
Hold on.
I didn't ask you about Manning Cup.
What you say about the
Manning's man. I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you. You know, so Campion is a football school. If you never know, Campion is a football school. Let me tell you all of the football school then. Campion, Georges, KC, JC, Tivoli.
No, there are football schools and there are schools that play football, Tigat, man. Come on, man, Tigat.
These are prominent football schools.
Campion is not a prominent footballing school, Tigat.
You mean what? Campion, Meadowbrook, So you're going to tell me that Meadowbrook is not a prominent football school?
Football? Listen, let me tell you what Meadowbrook. Not because a school had Mannings is not a footballing school, Tigat.
Hold on. You say Meadowbrook is not a prominent football school?
Mannings is not a prominent footballing school.
No, I'm asking you. Yeah, are you telling me that Meadowbrook is not a
Meadowbrook is not. Arden is not. Campion is
Arden.
not.
What are we here talking about? What is that? What football?
You can't tell me nothing about. You can't tell me about no Meadowbrook when time Trevor Lama play for them and them go final, brother. You can't tell me.
Hold on. I'm talking about Mario what? What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Brother, I know Meadowbrook from Wagon them man there. One of them man we are talking about man.
Yo, hold on.
When Kadian and Tyrell. We are going to tell me about man when Kadian play forward for them and Tyrell and them man and Claude there man. When everybody say Meadowbrook go win, they are not prominent football in school, brother. Not even Mannings who have been to the Costa Cup finals and semi-finals is a prominent football in school. Not. Come on, better than that, man.
I beg to differ. I beg to differ, sir. I definitely beg to differ. You understand? I beg to differ.
All right, let me see my
anyway. Hold on, Mr. Speed. I'm glad you're back. Hold on.
There's nobody in the comment section agreeing with you, know.
Okay, fine. I am not seeing the comment section. Anyway, Mr. Speed. My next point is this: the changes that the coach made on the other night when we're down to 10 men. Are you agreeing with that? Would you make that change, sir? You're down to 10, man.
I'm not there.
No, I'm just asking on your coaching experience. I know you're not there, but on your coaching experience, would you have made that change?
I don't know the details. I mean, it would take a next stupid coach to comment on something like that. I mean, I know what I would do, but I don't know in train of thought what is the characteristics of his player that he knows them better than I know them. I can't tell you that.
Tigat, is Edwin Allen a football in school?
Edwin Allen a running school, man. I want you, brother.
Oh, okay.
Edwin Allen a running school.
So give me the 10 prominent football in school in the Dakar Manning Cup. The 10 of them.
Manning Cup? 10?
Yeah.
All right. Let me say we can find 10. JC.
Yeah.
KC.
Yeah.
Georges.
Yeah.
Tivoli.
Yeah.
Charlie Smith.
Yeah.
Tivoli, Charlie Smith. Donwood.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You know, called Woolmers yet. Let me give you some.
Woolmers. Yeah, Woolmers. With Puppy Dog. Excelsior. Walter Boy.
You know, called Stats yet.
Stats.
You know,
Walter Boy. Mimi.
You know, called Calabar.
C-Bar. 10 that we're going.
10 that. And you see you struggle to find 10?
I just remember them name, but we have them. We know them.
Right? You know, called Campo. You know, called Bridgeport. All them school, they are head of Campion. Campion is not a prominent football in school.
Bridgeport
is not the head of Campion?
No. Bridgeport only come in prominence when my boy there. Forward him again. Bridgeport not head of Campion.
Hey, me gone here.
Bridgeport not head of Campion. Bridgeport not head of Campion. If they say Bridgeport, hold on. If they say Bridgeport head of Campion, they don't say Norman Manley head of Campion too. When Guneda play. Norman Manley.
Of course, Norman Manley. Is a head of Campion College.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
Stocks is a head of Campion, all of those. Go ahead, leader.
Look here, man. Boy, I'm hard to call you know. Because I am assuming Satiga at work, but the way I'm talking is like, I don't know which bar, because out of touch. Tigat, let me explain something to you with the deepest of respect. With the deepest of respect, football has changed since when you used to go to school, Tigat, let me just ask, please. When did you leave school? Because school football has changed so much in the last 30 or so years. It's not funny. So when you mentioned Campion as a football school, that is I couldn't believe it when I heard it. And honestly, look here, let me just help you out on facts. Campion is the only school, and I'm going to go through this, the only co-ed school too, this year to have gone through in every single format of the male football this year. They went to the second round of every single format, which is unheard of, right? They won the finals with look here. I don't know if you understand how many kids this gentleman has to choose from, you know. It's less than 600 boys he has to choose from to make a team, right? They do not recruit.
Don't stop it, Lika. Stop it, Lika. They recruit, stop it.
No, hold on. I can tell you, hold on.
You can't tell me nothing because you look all from me.
Hold on. Listen to me now. Oi. They got one single player. They got in players, not for Manning Cup. No. Unseen. You tell me that player that they got in for Manning Cup. They got one youngster that didn't even do anything in the thing. They didn't use it. Right? So I know for a fact because I speak to the coach all the while. Come on, man. What Campion did this year was I could not believe it. It was unheard of.
Campion College this year is the best performing, except for the school that won stuff. When you look at the overall...
the school that won, with the deepest of respect. The school that won, the type of players.
Leader, you know, let me finish, but go ahead and make your point. When you finish, me talk. Campion,
okay, look here.
Let me say it again. Campion, when you go from under 14 to under 16 to Manning Cup, Campion is the best all-round performing school, with the exception of Jamaica College. Because Jamaica College won Manning Cup. Didn't Jamaica College won under 16 and they won the All Island?
No, they didn't win under 16. Campion won it.
What did JC won? Under 14?
14. They won 2, but the amount of boys have to choose from.
No, listen what I'm saying. So you cannot. Listen. You cannot then say Campion outperformed them. You can say if you look at the amount of persons available, you have to put a caveat in it. But here is what I'll say to people. Campion College overall in schoolboy football all around performed a whole lot better because they went under 14, under 16. Remember, when Campion played in the second round, they had an issue. I don't know if you're aware of this, Tiga. They had an under 16 game and they had a Manning Cup game. And they sacrificed the Manning Cup game and they went on to win the under 16.
If you hear about that.
All right. Not only that, but they are a very young team, which means that they will have almost all of those players probably back at the school. Of course, you know, Campion people going to go college, leave early and gone foreign and all of those things. So that's why I said
that. Clarify the age gap.
No, man.
JC had a team that was like average age 18 near 19.
But we're not,
Campion was 15 years old.
Leader, but we're not comparing Campion and... We're just going back to the original point. But yeah, we don't want to stray too far. We kind of gone down a rabbit hole. But respect. I
know. Yeah, man, then God. That's what I'm saying. The God right now.
But let's come back to the coaching thing now.
That's what we're talking about.
So let me say this though, Tiga. When it comes on to the whole coaching thing, what I'll say is this. That I am glad that Mr. Speed has come on and say, as it relates to the coaching, you know, if the coaches fail, then the committee that select the coaches must be held accountable, right? So, Mr. Speed, the other question I would ask, just pivoting on what Tiga said. So, if the coaches do poorly, I'm not saying in this case, but generally, if the coaches do poorly, so we have a string of coaches that fail, and they are fired, or demoted, or are transferred to other departments in the football, should the technical committee that appointed them still stay intact?
Yeah, but I mean, is what we're doing. Look here, there is we didn't pick ourselves to be the technical committee. Is somebody decide that they pick us to be the technical committee? So it's not we pick ourselves. So we serve at the pleasure of the president and the board. So if him come tomorrow morning and say no want us, we're not gone, man. I mean, it's not like say we're there for life. It's just like every other thing. If we don't produce, you're gone. You'll be assessed and you're gone. So
who assessed the technical committee?
The technical committee report to the board.
So the board
so the board. Okay.
But you make it sound like our job is just to pick coach alone. We all hate a part of the job. That's not our job.
No, man, no, and I'm not saying that is the only job, But if
Right.
all I'm saying is that if we realize that, say the last 5 coaches were fired because they were not competent enough to do the job assigned to them, then shouldn't the person who hired those coaches be put under scrutiny? That's all I'm asking.
Of course, nobody not bigger than the game. But I mean, you might picking coaches for us is probably in the scheme of things is probably not even 1/10 of what we do. So then you have to go stack up that against the other things over there. So like coaching education, a part of it, club licensing, professionalizing the leagues, elite youth pathway, I mean grassroots programs, talent identification programs, all of those things
all of those things are good, Mr. Speed. But I think what T-Gat is saying and what I am saying is that at the end of the day, when we look at the field and we see poor in our estimation.
I don't know if you're right because the coaches them were there in a 4 coach, them forget more about football than we want to know in terms of coaching because you're not really coach. You got a coach. You and your T got a coach. You're just a YouTuber. So I don't know if we are saying it's correct.
Oh, wait a second. Hold on. I don't want to disrespect.
I use semantics now, man.
Go ahead, see that you are coach, Unseen. You talk.
You are coach.
I am a content creator. I'm not a YouTuber. I'm a content creator.
Some people, man is a good coach, yeah? Man is a good coach. Not for people.
Go ahead, Unseen. Yes. You are coach, Unseen, because you got your D license. So
yes,
go on.
You have a D license where Mr. Speed was the lecturer. All right. So we learned from the gaffer. Which is Mr. Speed and Mr. Peard, Sir Peard. Good teachers. All them good teachers in sport. They can teach well, them apply themselves well and everything. So big them up for that. Now, Sir Speed. So when me know about other people, I can't talk for myself. So when they do something good, big you up. Big you up. But when we see something bad, we must can say, oh yeah, then Sir Speed, you're going on the wrong track, Something is wrong. Something is definitely wrong. What we use to select, the rubric that we use to select these coaches. That is the problem. Now, me I watch football from long time, right? We play against Marion Garden beat when me a coach Charlie Moore. Not the head coach, part of the assistant coach team at the time. Cool? Right. We play against KC in one match, lose the game. When I watch the game, I have some things. See Charlie Mount, ask him a question. Why you never do this? Him say I protect his integrity. From that point in time, I'm looking at my head and I say something is wrong with the mentality of this coach. You understand me? In my head. Now, the style of football when play, I watch over the years. Even when he beat Mannings, I never like it. I just decide to tell myself that can't carry in the international football to win the game. I'm sure no. Say the technical committee must see them thing, the style of play of the coach have, how them select players, and all them something is supposed to be a part of the rubric. I don't ask questions I want to use.
Yeah, but we further education since that,
Yeah, but everybody will further medication and the football apply themselves.
True, but there's also a practical side to make him start work with the next top coach in Europe. So you can't say we don't do. Hold on, man. You cannot say we don't do our part because we even send him off with the national team so he can get additional experiences. So as I said to you, this is a process, So hold on. If him don't deliver, then when him come and him sending him report, we'll go through it and we'll take the necessary steps that need to be taken. But from our point of view, where our thing is technical and development committee name, Technical and Development Committee. That's what it name. We can't ignore the development part. So of course we are get licks. Just like everybody else in the world, they used to get licks till then develop them infrastructure properly. So that's what we're doing. And you see it. We're teaching the courses. We have foreign people who come down. One of the remit of the new coaches that he must leave the knowledge, some of the knowledge we have here with the coaches. So it's a development process.
Come make a beat the argument. Quick one. Come and beat the argument. Right? So I want to demand them at the Premier League right now, right? Where the football changed completely. We are covering the creative. Be a chance, be a goal. You make Ferdinand to become one of the top striker them in the league. Cool. You just got the A license. Every interview you do, you talk about A license.
No, I'm not true that, but continue.
Most interview you talk about.
No, I'm not true that neither, but continue.
What?
I'm not talk about my interview in every most interview.
Most interview you say the A license and the attacking.
No, it's not true, but continue.
Not true.
Continue, man.
It's not true.
Continue.
Continue, dancing.
Man, continue, Auntie.
Continue, dancing. Yeah.
Anyway. So what me I try to say is that you will learn, but you're not for go around a coach, All Grims and nobody for learn from nobody, And you learn and you apply it. So why him can't learn from him coach and do the right thing? Learn from him courses.
Let me ask you this. Let me say that question, Unseen. So there is also 4 coaches there. I don't know what role they play. Exactly. What I'd like to find out is a member of the technical committee is there. Yeah. Who is the technical director?
2 member of the technical committee is there.
2 members.
Baron Watson is a part of the technical committee. And Donzel is there as a part of the technical committee. Who is a part? Donzel is a part of the technical committee and Baron Watson. Both of them are there.
And Baron, right. 2 of them are there. Wendell Downswell in particular, who sits on the bench. In that game, Wendell Downswell was talking to the players. I don't know if he was relaying Meron Garden's message. We don't know. All right. No, here is my thing, Coach Speed, which is what you always come on when you come on the program. You teach a lot of the people them things. You use the meta, most effective tactic available. Brian, you ever hear that yet? The meta.
Yeah, man.
In Brian? Oh, we don't hear you, Brian.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
We not hear you, bro. We not hear you, man. All right. So let's continue. Meta, the most effective tactic available. Now, you start out playing 3-4-3 or 3-5-2.
3-5-2.
3-5-2. A player get red carded. At that point, wasn't the meta at work? What is the most effective tactic available?
Well, you have to keep things into perspective, right? So that's the first thing you do. You keep the game into perspective, right? So once you get the game into perspective, that is after that you select the most effective tactics that you have available. But you have to keep no. Because look here, if you just listen to what I say. Yeah. Meta can vary depends on what you want to achieve. Right? Remember, I said the meta is not the same thing all the time. So if you're leading 1-0, then your job is to not concede because you still are win the game. If you were 0-0 and wanted to win the game, then your meta different because you want to score a goal. Yeah. And if you want to draw the game and keep it where it is, say you're 0-0, then again you could apply a different meta. So the meta can vary, depends on you have to keep the game in a perspective and understand the results where you want.
But Mr. Speed, I'm glad they said that. Watching the game, what did he want it to do? What did that coach want it to do? Did he want to win, draw, or lose?
I can't tell you what he wanted. I'm not.
It's on my perspective. He wanted to not even draw the game, but lose the game. But based on the changes he made.
I don't know.
On the changes he made, he wanted to lose the game.
No, all right. Let me just say this because I know you're in a position where really and truly you can't come out and criticize. So I'm not trying to do that. So let's talk about football, Mr. Speed. So, like I said, I am a content creator. I'm a YouTuber. I'm a vlogger. I don't understand.
I'm just a joke. I know you can't.
I'm just giving trouble. So, one of the things that I learned in football is that when you're down and you have a lead, not that you're securing the lead, but 2 banks of 4 are the best way to protect your defensive line. One, because you don't want to go into a 5 at the back because you go take on too much pressure. You want to have 2 banks of 4 where you at least can apply pressure in the middle of the park. You have a bank of 4 to protect your back line. You play narrow, you play with a speedy forward up front. All right? So you play the fastest person. No, my thing is, and I saw this, and I'll give you an example. It's not just Meron Gardner or local coaches who have this problem. Mikel Arteta yesterday is a good example of a coach who can't read the situation and understand the moments. I'm going to
give
use
a perspective.
I'm giving my perspective. So yesterday, City started out playing 3-2-4-1. The second half, they pulled Riyad Mahrez. They went back to a back four. They changed how they were playing. And Mikel Arteta continued to play the same way. My question is, as a coach, right? As a coach, how could you be leading a game, an equalizer, you're coaching Cavaliers, you got a goal in your game playing with 10 players, and a defender came off. You adjusted your team and you got a goal. I cannot understand, and maybe you need to explain to me, what is the most effective tactics available at that time, because Cavaliers were in the same situation. Mark, you were down, you get back a goal, you weren't able to get an equalizer. But how do you apply the meta in that context? Am I wrong to assume that the 4-4-1 is the most effective thing to do at that time?
Yeah, I mean, no, I'm not saying, because even Barry said here, so that thought is not out of work to go that formation. But again, it depends on the players. Again, it depends on the players where you have at your disposal and how well you think them can do certain things. So all of that you have to take into consideration. As me say, you have to keep the game into perspective. You have to, regardless of what, and then you and different coaches. It's not one coach try a different tactic and it does not work. This has happened in a football every single day. So, but I don't know. I wasn't there. I can't sit from here so much miles away and make a decision for a coach who is there. And as I said before, there was 3 other coaches there. I'm sure they're giving their advice. Donzel got a 4 World Cup. I mean, like Donzel don't know anything. There was Wasserenas, there was Peart. All 4 of them went through, extensive, not coaching, extensive B license, A license. They went through extensive coaching, teaching. So I would have expected that they would make the right decision. Now, when they come back and send in the report, is at that time, and after speaking to like the vice chair technical committee was there, then we'll figure out if they did something wrong or not. Maybe they have explanations. I don't know up front what the explanation is.
Let me ask a next question, Tigat, and then you come in, right? So in the NFL, this is just using example, not false narrative. People just not are false parallels, but here the point. In the NFL, you have an offensive coach, a defensive coach. You have your special team coach, right? Which means that, and there are other coaches as well. All of these coaches have different skill sets. So when all of those skill sets come together, they make the team work effectively and efficiently. In putting together at the national level, the girls, boys, and the youth level, do we look at the combination of coaches to see if the skill sets that they possess, though they may have the same qualification, but most coaches have a particular philosophy or way of coaching? Do we look at it and say, listen, this coach is strong in terms of his defensive organization? Maybe we need to add someone to the coaching staff with the requisite qualification, but who is very good at organizing the team in an offensive way, so that he can help. Do we do it that way, or we just look at those available, best, most affordable qualification, without trying to match up the different skill set to bring balance to the coaching staff?
So in a football, it's not like that other sport that you're talking about, right? In a football, they name a head coach, and the head coach is usually the one who kind of pick the people who work with him. That's what happens in a football. So we, from a technical committee, now I say you must pick John, Dick, Tom, Dick, or Harry, because the head coach is ultimately responsible for anything that happens. So if we start to tell him who to pick and who must be his assistant, then how you going to hold him responsible? So that's not what happens in football. I mean, I know that some professional teams overseas, they do have different coaches for different. They can afford 9 coaches. I remember checking off one. I think at Arsenal, them have like 8 or 9 coaches different from Wenger, so they can afford those things. We can't afford those things. So we have never ever tried to go down that road to say we must have a free kick coach and a set play coach and a transition coach and a defensive coach and an attacking coach. No, we have never gone that route before. But we expect, based on the training that the coach get, him don't even have to know all of those things, because based on the training and understand how to do research and how to compensate for certain things. So once you get the training, I don't think you need all of those different coach. I mean, some people do it, specializing, but to defend, I don't know if you're gonna say, boy, I want a defensive coach, because it's one game. It's all connected. But as I said before, yeah, it's unfortunate we concede those goals. I mean, it's 2 games in a row we concede goals late. So maybe we have to work on concentration. Maybe it's not even the defending so much like the concentration, because I want me in the 4-2. Remember, we concede 2 late goals and we come up in and concede 2 late goals. So if I was coaching, I would see that as a trend more than anything else as to why our concentration dropped near the end of the matches in both cases. I mean, playing with 10 man alone is not a reason for really concede the goals then. I mean,
yeah, David Dog is asking if do we have a set system or philosophy from top down we are implementing. That's a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, the coach definitely, the head coach for the senior team, have a philosophy and have a system working on it.
Okay,
Mr. Speed, in my opinion, I think if this coach, if this team fail to qualify for the World Cup, GFF fail again, and all the hard work on the put in before trying to put in place for the GFF to move forward, gone back to 0.
Why not gone back to 0? Where you get that from?
Because in your assessment, right? In your assessment, you said you pick the person with the license, and you pick everything to try to move the thing forward. But yet still the program failed by not qualifying. So in my assessment, I would say that the JFF fail again.
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, it's a progression. We're progressing, because under 20, we're like 1 goal away from going World Cup. Like say, we come out in the first round like we used to happen to us. So we now remember we haven't gone to any World Cup since 2011 either.
Yes.
But I think what we have done over the last 4 years to get the coaching more qualified will help. It will pay off in a long run. Belgium was ranked 66 in the world when they start their coaching education. I know them in the top 2, 3, or in the top 5, and they start like 20 odd years ago. Well, now if you understand it, it's a process, brother. It's a process. If you never develop the players in front of small, it's difficult to come here and try to get them to perform.
Yeah, which is what Des Warner is saying, is that the issue is the development of the players, right? Because he's saying from the first game I saw that we are not closing down properly. Boris Johnson says, and I'm going to show you something. He says, manning, the other factor is recovery, which is very important. Meaning, we got there late, and maybe the recovery process is a part of the problem. But I know that the coach did say before they leave is that everything that they needed, which would include in physios and all of those things, was given to them. So.
But where Boris is, I think Boris is not in probably breaking down a little too much. What he's probably trying to say, no, there's a thing called periodization, which which every coach, if you understand periodization, it means that you peak performance when you need it, right? So if you go late, if you travel the day after, you can't really blame the coach. He probably don't have a team at peak, because he would have planned out that they're going to reach this time, they're going to train this time, they're going to rest this time, they're going to eat this time, and try to plan out his periodization. If something go wrong, people don't understand how it might affect the performance of the team, but it could, and in this sport where the margins are small, you talk about a player half a stride late, and it caused him, and it caused the person to beat him and score a goal. So it could have affected what happened to them, because the off the field issues. But to say that we now progress, I wouldn't say that. I think we're progressing, and we're going to progress more. We're going to progress more, but it probably taking a longer.
No, I don't see the. You might sit in a different seat than we are seeing, but we are not seeing the progression. We definitely not seeing the progression.
See the progression if one coach or coach a team doing it. I only way you
No,
see progression, but
overall. Mr. Speed, overall, Mr. Speed. Overall, we are not seeing all right, hold on. We have an interview already before, and I think it was for the senior team, and you laid out all what the coach wanted. You said they have that. The senior team will make it to the World Cup, right? We have competition coming on for other teams to qualify, them to make it. All right. The JFF press the reset button. You understand? And you get it all the body you want, the technical person, everything, and then we're going forward. And then we see another failure. We see another failure coming ahead. Understand? So how can we say there's a
I don't know if we feel.
I say we see. We foresee.
I don't see anything. You see something that I don't see we feeling. There's a long way to go and we have all the chances.
Mr. Speed, I know you're fret, you know. You're fret.
You ever see me look at me fret? You ever see me
keep your toe, your finger, you keep everything crossed.
You ever see me look at me fret? You know my age? I look younger than you, know. I'm twice your age. You ever see me fret it?
But no, you want the team qualified. I want the team qualified though, because I tell you.
All right, so let me just bring it down. All right, so here's my thing, because the coach, I know someone asking a couple of things. I'll say for this particular group of players, the coach did say he had full autonomy in player selected. In fact, I know of one situation of somebody in high footballing power that had a top player that they wanted to get in. And when they spoke to the coach from overseas, the coach said, this is my team and these are the players that I want. So the coach cannot say that. I know for this occasion, the coach cannot come out and say that other people picked the team for him. He picked these players, right?
Okay.
All right. So that's number one. I believe the football has progressed because we see players going away and getting contracts. What is not progressing is here's what I think is happening. Some of the coaches who are coaching the players who are going away are not coaching in the national system. For example, like I said, a Craig Butler who he needs to present. What I'll say, T-Got, one thing I'll say, and I'd love for you to interview him and show his qualification. That's it. Just show it. Show it to you. And then you can say, management, yes, he has the requisite qualification. You could see it, and just confirm to the people. So do it privately and confirm to the people. All right. And then we can have the discussion. Because if there is a rule that says there must be a particular level licensing, then if you don't have it, you don't stand a chance. So show it privately. That's where that is concerned. The other thing I will say, though, is that the coaches who sometimes coach the national team, like, for example, Marion Garden, I'm not saying he can't coach, but he never had success in our highest level of football. In other words, when he coached in the Premier League, he never did well. And I think to coach like under 17 players and do well, you have to have coached and had good success above schoolboy level football. And I'm saying that because I don't believe schoolboy footballers are going to be the group that gets us if that's where they play predominantly. In other words, the player who look the best so far, let me give you the players. The players who look the best are not the schoolboy players. Let me tell you who look well. the guy named Barrett.
Yes.
You know why? He plays in the Premier
He
League.
scored brilliant goal. Yes, Mr. Speed. You can hold up your head.
Adrian Reed looks good. You know why? He plays in the Premier League.
Hold up your head, Mr. Speed.
Molino looks good. You know why?
Right.
He plays in an academy and has lots of games. Bell looks good because he has traveled and played. So the players who actually play schoolboy football, like the number 3, like Unseen would have said, even I hear Dixon, you can see that they lack the necessary experience those they can play. And I think this is where probably the coaches are being affected. You can get away with that at the under 15 level, but I think at the under 17 level, your resume must stand tall at the highest level of football, at least in the nation. That is my you understand me? My position. I don't know if Mr. Speed agrees, but even Lenny Hyde, for example, done good at schoolboy level. I mean, he had some stint at the Premier League, but he was struggling with Chapperton Maroons, though he said he would have come back. Yeah, but I'd love for him, one, to have the requisite license and do it in the Premier League consistently. I'll give you an example of that. When we had an under-20 team that Vassal Reynolds was leading, whatever happened, and I don't know what happened, but he was not the coach. And Jerome Waite took up that team basically last minute. And the team missed out, I think, by just a whisker. And I think
goal difference.
I think that happened
goal
because
difference to Mexico, and Mexico went on to come second in the under-20 World Cup.
Yeah, right. So I am saying that I think Jerome Waite, some of the experience in the Premier League and the success in the Premier League with the schoolboy success, really.
He could be a qualified coach for this team. Yes, Jerome Waite. May I forget him? Before
you go any further, I just wanted you all to know that on that team, you had at least 9 players who were playing in the Premier League on that team.
Yeah, but that's what we are saying, you know, that if the players are playing at the highest level, you cannot use players playing schoolboy football to qualify
play big man football. Yes, because you're right. When you look in the age group of these players going to the Premier League, are 17-year-old, 18-year-old, and 19-year-old players stepping up into the Premier League. So you're right.
I did not say that Lenny Hyde did not win the Premier League title. I said though he has been doing good in the schoolboy football.
Yeah, no, you were making an assumption because I mean no, so Lenny Hyde with the management. The way he attack is like is schoolboy level though, and then they go to Maroon. Because no, so Lenny Hyde with the Premier League with Tivoli.
No. Lenny Hyde has won the Premier League, and I said though he has had success, his recent team that he had, the team was doing well.
He had Portmore
and then Chapperton. He wasn't doing well, though he had success at the schoolboy level. That's what I said.
And also the Premier League.
Yeah, man, but that's I was just speaking about.
One is man, different thing that. Because if the player, Portmore, him never have a talented player Portmore at the time.
But isn't that all right? So here's the thing now, Ansin. This is where coaching is important. Coaching is important that even when you don't have the best talent, you can still have success. That's an important part of coaching, right? And I respect Lenny Hyde, so I'm not going to go down the road because I'm a virgin. So I'm not going to go down the road, right?
So man is man. So like I said, the players from the schoolboy football can't, take it to a World Cup or whatever. That means that the credential of coaches using schoolboy football is not supposed to use them. It's supposed to use the IS.
No,
no,
that's what he said. But the man said that.
Now you're coming up with some of the reasons why we struggle. Some not excuse, reasons. Because I don't believe for 1 minute that you can have like an under-20 World Cup qualifier and you carry
High school footballers.
Players who don't play professional football.
They have to be playing Premier. Even if they're playing schoolboy football, football, they must be playing the highest league in the country.
Right. That is true.
And playing.
One of the other thing too,
they're not just sitting on bench and not playing, you know.
No. Because one of the other thing too is where you have to look on, and that is how a lot of national teams pick them team. You know, them pick based on who is playing. Them don't use sentiment and say the man is wicked. If you can't make a team and play consistently at 19, 20, them not picking you for represent them country if you play no. You can't tell me about you have talent and then you want to represent your country playing for a World Cup under 20 qualifier. And this is the problem that I think most of our coaches have, is because either peer pressure or them own beliefs, player bias, is probably causing a lot of our downfall. You have to just look on the facts and look where the person playing. Look if the person is willing to fight for a spot in his club and pick those players, because at the end of the day, are those players you want on the pitch. Not the most talent is not everything. Talent is not enough. What you want are players who can do the business. You want a player who's going to make the same pass 9 out of 10 and him not going to try something spectacular and get it right one time and get it wrong 6 times. Those are the players that you have to look for. And when you're in a professional setting, the coach going to have a conversation with a player who just have talent, you know, and say that's not enough. And that's what you want when you play a World Cup qualifier, a player who understands, say, or a coach who is going to play him when his job is on the line. I am not playing a player who I don't know what they are going to do when my job is on the line. I'm going to play a player who I know what he's going to do. And that is what a professional bring out in a footballer when he's a professional footballer than an amateur footballer. Big difference.
That's why you should be a part of this team as coach.
Henry always like take her comment because most times she said 8 of the US U17 teams are pros. You can also see this with the Mexico and Costa Rica teams, and she's a female and she's saying that 8 of the under 17 players are professional players that play in the USA team. I will tell you this, there is a distinct difference in terms of the body, the build, and the operation of Barrett on the field and Adrian Reed. They look like grown players. You can see that.
You see the goal that Barrett score? You see the goal that Barrett score?
Outside of the goal,
you see the goal that Barrett score?
Look at the pass that he made to Bell. And remember, even in this game, he gave us a similar pass. Bell just missed it this time.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yes, he did it. Right.
So for him to be able to do that in 2 games the same way shows that this is what playing at the professional level does. And this is under 17. So when we get to under 20,
that's what I'm saying. That's right. Management, that's what I'm saying. It's not really the players, you know. It's just who them put over the players them. So I don't really believe in this coach. I honestly don't believe in the coach.
Well, what I would say it is the player's point in terms of which players are selected. For example, you cannot have a player in your national team to qualify for a tournament going to play against players, watch this, who made the academy team. So they all went to the academy, and this player after 3 months was cut because he wasn't good enough. And they are coming up against 6 players from the same academy. How you going to beat them?
No,
if you have a player player that cut from that same academy, you know.
Right. That means he's not good enough.
And
that player is not good enough.
And play for Jamaica to play against 6 of the players who got selected in the academy over him.
He's not good enough. He's not good enough.
He's going to struggle, obviously.
No, so somebody was saying that we need overseas coach to get rid of player bias. No, we need education and to get rid of player bias. Basically, it's not just the overseas coach component. You could get an overseas coach and him still have player bias. I remember tell you one story that I heard. Somebody was telling the national senior team coach, and he came back to me and said, we have some players in college and we should have formed a college team.
What?
No, a senior college team. People who play in the college, we should form a senior college team. So when the coach said to me, I said, Coach, those players play for 2 months a year. How they going good when you only play for 2 months a year as against a Premier League player who is going to be training and playing for 10 months a year? And then him say, oh. So the truth is, player bias is something that we need to get out of the people in mind with education, because you still will have overseas coach, and if them led down the wrong road, you end up back with the same set of player. But if you look at all of the countries all over the world, England will never pick a player who play in a championship. I would like anybody to remind me of a player that play in the championship that England picked to play for the national team. It just will never happen. Never happen, and nobody live long enough to see that. So again, if you have to pick the players them who is available, who play in the higher league and who are under the best coaching to represent the country. Anytime we start that, you see better results.
But people, so let me give you a couple of things. One, the number 9 Watson, people must also, though he plays at Glenmore, this is a player that went to Barcelona, and did exceptionally well. So though he plays, he has had a lot of travel and played like at Barcelona. So you can also see that there's a difference. So you'll have exception to every rule. So let me get to this. Here's why I don't agree with the player bias. Because some of the players that are not good in this present team, as an example, are the players from overseas, to be fair. In other words, I don't think it is player bias. I think it is player blindness.
No, but it's player bias in a different form.
Eh? It's a different.
Someone is one.
It's still a bias.
One is one. If me recall, I think me here says something like, that the coach was interference.
We don't want to get into that now, and we don't want to get into that. But we don't want to get into that. But we don't want to get into that. What I'll say is, listen. All right. Watch this. I'm glad that somebody bring up the player name. All right. So watch this. All right. So when they had this camp, people go. I did 2 videos on my channel. I have 2 videos on it with the trial games. All right. And you see this player named Amir Dawkins. Of all the players that tried out from North America, this player was the best. In fact, watch this. Any of the Jamaicans that were there in Port St. Lucie, call them. They will tell you that when that was finished, here's what they said. At least they have found Amir Dawkins and a couple of goalkeepers. Let me tell you again. The many Jamaicans that were over in Port St. Lucie said Amir Dawkins and the goalkeepers were the only players that they saw that could have gotten it in. You know that Amir Dawkins is the only player that they didn't select. So I don't think there's any, maybe there's some other bias working. How they missed him? I don't know. If you watch the videos, he's the best player playing on the field. And
So,
if you watch the videos, he's the best player playing.
I'm glad you bring it up. I'm going to tell you why I'm glad you bring it up. So this player is actually a player that I know. That this player play in Europe, probably 5 times. I don't even know how much time, but I know multiple times. In playing, I got to cup that tournament. So he's very experienced. I know him father very well too, But I'm kind of respect him father too. My father never ever call out to me and say, boy, my son should have E-night. Which me kind of respect him, never say that and put me down. But you're right, that boy can play. You tell us he can play.
Listen,
but
Tiga,
again,
everybody at the trial, watch the video. When he would play, them say, yo, Patrick Vieira, they couldn't take the ball from him.
Someone is one. What
but again, it could be because of what the coach is not looking for what him doing, what he always playing. The coach probably not looking at that direction, but that's why I can play for true.
Man is man. Me go up and me do a show, right? Before I do the show, I look on Aaron Urge profile, look on him games that I'm playing, look on him play. I say, yes, man, that youth must make it in the squad. Jesus Christ, as the man go back up on a plane. Tiga, as in
so you understand the point I make? Because what I'm saying, Tiga, there are 2 players. Watch this. Here is a player from overseas that is better than some of the other overseas players, but they never picked him. Watch this. Let me go to our next point. Some of the Jamaican players that were picked are not better than some of the Jamaican players that are left. So I don't understand. It can be a bias towards the Jamaican players, like the local ones, because some of the better local ones were not picked. It can be a bias towards the overseas one because some of the better overseas players were not picked.
I don't understand. Mr. Speed have explained how these coaches are thinking. You understand? Them get them license and they go to the highest format at coaching and the method of how they're choosing players. Yeah, you have to go coach. You have to tell them what is what. Because this reminds me back in the days when time I got Santos at training, and by the time I done training, and that time to select team, the last week, you see the right players then come in as fan say the right players then come in, so who are trained can go.
You never go.
Oh God.
No man play football when him Tom Patel can't play a good man. You can't football name.
Man. But Mr. Speed, you don't know that some coaches are biased. You know that some coaches are very biased. They're just the favorite.
Player bias is
you have the favorite. Yeah, you have the favorite. You have the favorite. They have the favorite. And that needs to stop.
Sometimes it's not. Look here, everybody have player bias. Like me personally, me like fast players, me like player who technically sound. So I'm player who fast player, technically sound, and athletic. So everybody have player bias, but what I bias when I try not have is not try to believe say me alone know everything. So for instance, if a man pick a man and a man are playing in English Premier League, there's no way me I gonna say that the man are good enough because at 20 are the best coaches in the world coaching in the English Premier League, and one of them decides that him good. So you can't just depend on your own ability to think that you know everything when you pick squad, because you might just not see certain things where they play in and those occasions. So that is why you try to recruit from as high up as possible. So who is playing at the top league, you try to recruit from this, because other coaches would have gone through this player already and realize how good this player is. But player bias will I mean, Pep Guardiola don't like certain type of player. I mean, it's not going to stop all over the world. It's just like that.
I see somebody saying that Jamaicans look for they said there's some Tiga, them thinking of big, fast, strong. This is what I keep saying to people. If it were big and tall, Dawkins would have been selected, and there's a next player named Chandler. These guys would have been toward. In fact, I believe Dawkins or Wilberforce, Dawkins and Chandler would probably be the three biggest Jamaicans and probably the three strongest. None of those guys are in it. So I can't say they are looking. Because if you look at Ashton Garden short, if you look at Mahoney, him short and have on. So it's not that. There's something else at work. And that is why I was asking Mr. Speed, because where I believe we got it wrong is in the recruitment.
You're probably right. I'm just saying that I mean, we start and we'll probably get some things wrong, we'll probably get some right, but I just see with more knowledge and education being passed on to the people, we'll get better, and that's really what I'm hoping for. But we will be plotting this progression, if we're getting better at stuff and see how it goes, because the most important thing is for us to improve from year to year. And this under 17 are coming up, the next one. Yes, we're trying to get some funding, but our plan is to have this team training for nearly 2 years. So again, it's our next improvement that we're doing. We're trying to identify some of the players from now, the under 15 in the US. We're going to have our under 15 tournament in Jamaica by April. So again, you see how early we're out of the blocks for this next under 17 World Cup qualifier if we identify the talent. We're going to have a national under 16 competition next year. So even after we identify the talent, we're going to have a pathway where they keep playing and improving against each other. We're going to have an under 17 competition. So if you can't make the under 17 competition, you can't play for a national under 17 team, although you'll be 16. So this is what we're doing to make sure so these players get competition, and we're getting better at it. That's what I'm saying.
Mr. Speed.
Let me just
Mr.
answer this
Speed.
Dawkins thing. Mr. Speed,
Hold
here's
on.
what I need to do for. Hold on there. Mr. Speed, you know what I love you to do for? Because the people are worried that Dawkins going to shift him focus to the US, you know. So talk to Mr. Dawkins, see me, and tell him, say, listen, no worry
Yeah,
himself.
I know him very good, man.
All right, so talk to him.
I know him very
Now,
good.
hold on. This is Mr. Speed. You see the layout and the plan we have, it's very good. But when it comes to the
execution,
the execution,
Yeah,
it's
man.
not
You
there.
know we
Me
are
like, but Mr. Speed, this is not the first interview we are talking.
plan. But me execute everything my plan.
But something man missing, Mr. Speed. Mr. Speed, something man
It's a
missing, man.
process. Me execute the coaching school. Imagine we have 10 people are study for coaching license, A license. Before we start C and D, come on. Me execute Premier League.
We start level 1 and level 2.
Yeah, execute. It's a Premier League. You see, execute it get better. Don't say me not execute. But it take a while. It take a while.
What do you think about the playing the Premier League and stuff? You watch the JPL?
Well, there's some of the games that we can get to watch on YouTube. We have to watch them.
So, what do you think about the level of playing at the JPL?
I can see the progression with some of the teams and the coaches. The level of the coaches. I can see progression.
And you see me of the trials in the USA. It never used to happen before, so you can't say me not progress. Everything what you see me say, it will happen. As long as I'm there, it's gonna happen. So I always keep my word.
All right,
gentlemen, I have to cut. I have to cut now. All right.
All right. Cut the umbilical cords. All right, Tiga. Bless him. Bless up, Tiga. I've seen what are you saying.
So, you know, we have to give Speed him credit when credit due. You understand me? But I understand what Speed do. You know, even though we are beat him on certain things, he's gonna put in where he do good. So, you know, it kind of make him feel good. You know, in the reasoning. I understand that. But at the end of the day, Speed, what T got say, when it come on to the selection and coaching, you know, the youth, you make two mistakes. One, the first one with the under 20, no with the under 17. Because on a rocket science, even a baby can.
No, unseen. Before Fuzzy was employed, you were saying that he's a good man to coach a team.
Yeah, but me the blind too.
so nobody try. Sometimes.
I'm not telling somebody blind to man. Me admit
so what's happening now with the under 20? He'll still be a part of it, but we appoint somebody as a coach. Again, come on, we're progressing.
No, man, nothing wrong with what you say, man. The coach is still there and thing, right? But the one thing me wouldn't like to see, though, I wouldn't like to see Marion Garden I go to Algrim's and give him pointers in a match. Me with a ball. We must lose.
Algrim's are the boss, man. Me have faith in him.
Yeah, somebody's asking Mr. Speed, very good question about the girls U20.
Right. So now, I think the first
Michael Johnson and Brian Wallace said that they applied for they were on early, said they applied for the job.
Anyway, the first camp is supposed to be next weekend. We're working through it for the girls. We don't appoint the coach yet, but it won't be a local coach. We interview persons from overseas, and so it's supposed to be an overseas coach that we're going to be giving a job to. But we should tie up things in our next 5-6 days. I would say within the next week, we should tie up who the person is.
Okay.
And they're done. So what happened though? We identify.
So we have an overseas coach with the senior team, male. Overseas coach, senior team, female. Overseas coach, under 20 men. Overseas coach, under 20 women. Things are going on.
And then we'll be working with local coaches, because we not leave them out, no care where when you want to say. We're not leaving out the local coaches.
No, we're not to leave them out.
Yeah.
We have to say them and work with the overseas coaches so them can learn and progress.
Yes.
So because we don't want when the overseas coach them gone, you know, nobody not growing up. That's all we're saying. Right. Let them stay around so them can learn, but get the highest level coaches.
Not only that, you know, you see, people believe that it must be this crop of local coaches who is going to eventually come and take over. No. One of the plans we have is to, instead of we have 10 A license coaches, we have A license course next year with 24 more. So we don't know when progress yet, you know, out of that batch, you know. But what we are doing is making sure so we have whole heap of doctors in Jamaica, and then the best one that will come through. So that's the plan. So don't feel for 1 minute say we stick with these set of coaches who you see working now. If we progress our next 24 A license coach and we are 34, who say it's going to be the first 10 going to come through? No, it don't must be. But it's my job to make sure that we have 34, in 2 years' time we have 54.
That means the unseen have a chance.
Yeah, that's it. I'll go.
Fine Action, welcome to the show. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. I've been missing my big show for a lot of days now, maybe weeks.
You only call the show when Rudolph Speed is on it, man. That is the problem.
No, because I hear Rudy attack something we I don't agree with, so I want to call and ask Atu say you just say you're gonna have the 17-year-old team, the under 17 team in a camp for 2 years or more.
I didn't say that. We're going to start the preparation for 2 years, yes.
Then why you don't want to do that? Them not have nothing else to do. Them not have no schoolboy football.
No, and them not in a camp. They identify them from. No, them not in a camp. Let me tell you what that.
Oh, you identify them from the leagues. Them where them are play in a.
And progress them for 2 years.
And say yes.
Okay.
So you're keeping up to their progress and help out with the national can for 2 years.
Yes.
And then that program going to continue. And then that program going to continue for the next crop of under 17 and continue like that. Because you have to tell people like Carl Travis Spessa them and they think they know. Because they will run away and go say, yeah, store people picking a national program in a brother. So you have to say it right and make we understand it. Because I like me know when I no sense. We will run go tell some people over say that say. You see it?
No.
Yeah, and they know.
We identify them from now.
No, we are going to start suspect you and charge you for child for holding children without their will and trafficking them and all this. No, not take it serious. Yeah, man. Well, you see, that you know, because as me I say, Mr. Speed, my when you don't want enough to do, you know, still, you know, bigger and better things, you know, like having a database where local and international people. Well, on you got that missing anything?
Ain't gone.
It's not Paul T got Davis Bongo, you know.
Unseen that there's.
This is unseen now.
Well, any other T got? Any other T got or we know a fake T got? A one T got an original national Paul T got.
All right, continue.
Just like Paul T got Davis and 20 bow angling. But unseen. Boy, you is a man where you're just quiet so unheard. Hey, let me tell you something. When you're on social media platform, you have to promote and chat and see. Only so you can get some, you'll get some views. So
it's unheard in Vinny.
No, man, you miss your point. Go back to your point about the database. Because you don't make...
Yeah, man. No, man, I go back to that, man. You know me, the man, I can't pick it. But we're going back to that, man. That's my point.
Yeah.
No, me have a 11-year-old grandson. And I was looking at him when he was 9 and he playing 9U American football. Isaiah Sterling was 100. 2 years ago, he was 197 on the America as an athlete on the American list. Where we can go track him. Last week, I sit down in my house and I go look for a thing with them called 3-star. My son said, look on 3starathlete.com. I look at it, and at 11-year-old, he's now a 3-star athlete. So people been tracking this kid. Them tell us that this is the class of 2029. That means to say 2029, I'm already from high school to move on to college, right? I'll get ready for graduate. I know the maths in my 11 now. But this is the class of 2029. I can send it to your man. Isaiah Sterling is a 3-star athlete at 11 years old. And there are many other 3-star athletes. Them have the 5-star team at the highest level and all these other levels. So we need to attract the youth them because you see if Whisper was being tracked, maybe Whisper that they are college or they somewhere else 2 years ago, you know, we wouldn't have run around now, you know. But because them know they on no database, nobody can see them outside of Jamaica, you know. When man in Cup and some little game are playing, you know. We want to see the youth them profile worldwide.
Okay, so we need to create a database where I think they have it at the Premier League level now, where they have some the JFF Connect thing, but it's just for the Premier League club and the Tier 2 clubs. But it need to go right down in the football for real, so people can go on these sites and see the players all across Jamaica. At any
it's there for every team. Once you register as a company, it's there for every team.
Yeah, but only at the Tier 2 and Premier League.
Oh, they go right down to D1, man.
Yeah, but
well, I mean, we don't need to track. We don't need to track Premier League players. Premier League players have their agent and them club and them association to find work and find things for them to do. We need to track the future and introduce them to the world from now. So people start look on them from now till later. You think them just start look on George Weahson and the next youth, the one from Africa where them give whole heap of money down at Washington, Nike, everybody.
So let me hear Mr. Speed. All right, hold on for Mr. Speed response. And Gunner's boss, Travis Pesser said, no, mix me up higher. Me having my lunch.
Rasta, Pesser, me not have no lunch today. Me have little white rice and chicken and curry chicken when me go eat later. But I know me not take lunch so early, because if me eat it now, me not go have no dinner.
All right,
so Mr. me have to eat lunch and me dinner.
Respond to
yes, Mr. Speed, I your turn.
Well, I don't even know what to respond to, but yeah. So the plan for the
data. Hold on.
The data.
But let me tell you, Mr. Speed, the database is what we're talking about.
Oh yeah, but look here, we do have data on the young players, you know. It's just that we don't have it in a form that it's easy to use. So we take your point. You're correct, and but we have somebody right now that we have some programs now we're looking at that, just like you were saying, we can project what a player will look like in 2-3 years time based on what he's doing now. We have those programs. I mean, we're starting to look at them, use them now. So we know what you're talking about. So, but as I said before, it's a progress. I mean, remember, you know, we never used to certain things were happening in the world. So it take a while for us to reach there. We have to start even educate.
All right, excuse me. I'm gonna run.
All right, fine.
Excuse me. Yeah, me have to start at the party, and now I can organize. I'm gonna run. I'll call you back at it.
Yeah, man, cool. So, like for instance, you know, we used to have a whole heap of coaches who everybody want on big coach, and people are neglect being a goalkeeper coach or a physical trainer or analyst. It's just recent times now you start to see a lot of people start to realize that there is a living in doing these things, and them have a place in a world of football, and we start doing it in Jamaica. So all those other additional things we have to make sure that we're all fair with and get them in place. So that's what we're doing. So look here, it's a long road, you know, but we start late and we're catching up.
Yeah. Big up all the persons who have come on, Anthony Mack and all the people, Starboys and things. Remember, people, hit the like button, subscribe if you have not yet. Mr. Speed, Gregory Messam, former national player, says, Mr. Speed don't accept Sir Brian resume.
Gregory Messam, that them.
Yeah, the real
Gregory Messam, respect Gregory. Yeah, legend.
Yeah, the real Gregory Messam.
Yeah, Brian, so we soon deal with Brian, man. You see, but Brian don't want the coaching. Brian want to do management, so we soon deal with him. Yeah.
Brian Wallace?
Brian Wallace, that I thought was Brian or Brian him attack.
No, man, he's talking Brian Wallace, the coach. I think he had sent in his resume from when the senior team, they were trying to find a coach for the senior team. From that time, the female team, he sent in his resume.
For the senior team?
Yeah, but I think he sent in his resume through Gregory Messam for the under-20 team. So that is what he's asking.
No, I don't see that. Who sent it to?
Messam, here you go. Huh? Me? No, him said it must be you. Because remember, he had given out, I think last year he had given out a show where he did it on it. So Messam need to work that out. But
I get on from Messam.
And there's a next person named Michael Johnson who runs an academy overseas. But he also started something down at William Nib. Some academy down at William Nib as well.
I thought I saw he's there.
Yeah. This person, Anthony Mack, says, my son was on the USA Soccer Future Watch, but that he transitioned to American football. In both sports, they were tracking him from junior high until he was college age. Is that hard to set up, Mr. Speed? That kind of tracking thing?
Which tracking thing?
That the caller talking about. Like this person saying...
What we're planning to do is introduce what we call an elite youth program. And once you enter in that program, we will be able to track it because we'll have your data from. So this is how it works. You play for your parish. You must play for your parish if he's an elite player. So whenever your parish is training under 13, under 14, under 15, you must play for your parish. And then the two top tier leagues going to play at under 17 or under 20 stages. So again, you need to get into one of those two top leagues team, right, to play in that league. So we're gonna have so that's our elite youth football.
Okay,
program.
and it will be parish based or club based.
Parish up to 15, club after that. The club take over after that because clubs will leave talent behind if you're not careful. So we'll make sure that all the talent is exposed in the parish. So grassroots under 13, under 15 will be played in the parish. Those will have parish teams. But when you get under 17, under 20, you switch over to the club. But every parish will have a club. So you as an athlete now need to know, say, you need to play in that league. So we can track you all the way. Because those teams will be entered in our TMS system that we have. All of those teams will be there on our systems. And so we can track you. We're trying to get other administrative systems to use with those systems so we can also see when you're training, how fast it is. We're going to set some guidelines for the clubs to use certain checks for us.
Wonderful. Sound good. We have a call online. Welcome, caller to I Am Sure Sports.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. This question is for Mr. Speed. Like, Mr. Speed, I see that, he's one of the top 2 coaches on the island, and I'm wondering if he would ever consider leaving the technical committee and either becoming a national team coach for either the under 17 or the U20, because I see that another thing being good with youth on the island. So that's my question, and I'm gonna come off the mission to respond.
Okay, all right. Thanks for the question, caller, and Mr. Speedy will respond to that.
Yeah, man, good question. So, what really happened was that I was
for those persons who don't hear, he's asking if Mr. Speed would come off the technical committee because he says Mr. Speed, he sees that he's one of the top 2 coaches, right? So he wants to know if he would come off the technical committee and serve as a coach for either under 17 or under 15. Yeah.
So yeah, it's true. So all right. So what happened is at the initial stage, I was asked if I wanted to coach a national team or to serve on the technical committee as a chairman. I could have been coaching a national team, yes. But the truth is, I saw that the country need a technical committee that works for the country and for more people than just a subset of players like under 20 or under 17. So that is one of the reasons why I decided to work on the technical committee, because I thought I would be able to influence the country as a whole, all the teams, both male and female. While if I was just coaching a team, I don't think the influence would be so great. So that is the reason why I have not picked a team, because there's a lot of work still to be done on the national level. And I think that being a person who is a nationalist and want my country to do well, overall, I think I'm best served in this particular position, even with the trials and tribulations that I'm going through. But at some time, yes, my ambition was always to coach a national team, because that's what everybody who coaches look forward to doing. So I hope in the future I'll be able to, but I don't see me doing that for the next year or so.
All right, so let me take a couple now. Alex Reed, yes, I think there's a goalkeepers camp going on this week. Coach Gumi is here working with the goalkeepers, I think, this week. So there's not a full camp of the players this week, but I think
there's a full camp of players going on too. Algrim's not the whole squad in yesterday and today.
Right, yesterday and today. Right. But the goalkeeper coach is here as well.
Yes, he had a seminar to make coaches. I mean, the clubs understand the importance of a goalkeeper coach. A lot of people don't think the goalkeeper coach is important, So like we were discussing before, it's not in real professional countries and clubs. It's not the gaffer pick the goalkeeper, it's the goalkeeper coach. So I was telling somebody that I was talking to a goalkeeper coach of higher repute who's the goalkeeper coach for a country. And him have like, I don't remember if him says 10 or 6 goalkeeper who he has on his radar to keep for the country. And he goes to all of their games. He keep track of every single one of them. He talk to them regularly, and when they do anything wrong, him on the phone with them, say you shouldn't have done that. The highlights reel that, him go through all of them with the coaches. And I was just saying, boy, when we're going to reach there.
Yeah. All right. We have a call online, and then Duklan has a very important question. Gunners boss said, if Mr. Speed loved the national program so much, he should just stick with it and leave the domestic programs alone. Too much conflict of interest are involved, believe it or not.
Boss, you have to understand, say, and me have the 2 best Premier League clubs in the country, both male and female. So you want that mash up. So
all right. Call online. Welcome to the show.
Well, pleasant afternoon, Mannings, to you and the panelists, Mr. Speed, Nats, as well as the commenters.
You know who is not seen? You know who is on the phone not seen?
No.
The man with the most, every time him type, him shout. You see him voice powerful? All I message them on every platform, him shout.
Yeah, man, Kevin, man.
Kevin, I mean Kevin Williams.
Good day. Well, what is
Kevin Williams?
Something I'm thinking about for a period of time. So this is from Mr. Speed, because I was saying that what about developing a national academy where we track the best 30 talent, both male and female, and we could get them in from an early age with the proper coaching to aid in their development, and have like schooling in the academy, of course with parents' consent, just like how some of these academies run. And then we could track their development from in-house, and those that we're tracking that is not in-house, we can add them and deduct if the talent does not mature or don't mature as a level, and we keep tracking them over a period of time.
Well, I'd say this is what I was just saying before, that we have an elite youth player program, which we laid out a while ago, that that the parishes will deal with the education of the players from grassroots 13 to 15. Then the professional clubs will take over at 17 and 20. One of the problems with which I mean, one of the problems with getting kids in an academy like that, which somebody was just against it a while ago, is that that there's a small percentage of those kids that's going to make it as a footballer, right? There's a very small, like 5% if you're lucky, more like 2 or 3% if you have a good academy will make it as a professional footballer. So what you're really doing to that kid is, if you're not careful, is to taking away his ability to become a doctor or a lawyer or accountant or something else. The other 98%. So how we're looking at it is that, no, give the kids all of them a chance to become whatever they want to become, but at the same time we devise the programs that will make the few that will become professional footballer. So that is one of the reasons why we're not thinking of having 35 kids somewhere. Because, and also you have to remember, so you pick 35 at 15, but when you get 16, you find 15 more surpass those, some of those where you have, and you have to substitute them again. So yeah, it's an idea, but we're not going that route right now unless we see this route we're going field, which we kind of sign off on already.
All right, Mr. Speed, but the reason why I had made the suggestion is that based on our development now, we have a few coaches, and some people might beat me if we say we have a few coaches that is qualified department. So leaving, in my opinion, in leaving it for the clubs on the communities to develop these players without the proper coaching. From my point of view, I don't see that make any sense unless we have the relevant coaches within these academies and within the parishes to do the development. Because right now, based on what is going on right now, it is exactly what we're suffering from. Because I think we have the people are beating for this to the best raw materials to work with here. Or what we lack is proper coaching.
No, nobody can beat you for that. You're correct. But remember, our thing is two or three prong approach we're having. Remember, we established our coaching school and we're doing exceptionally well. We have 10 persons doing them A license, and we haven't by next year we should have 24 more. So we have about 50 odd persons did their B license, and then we should have another 48 this year. So what you're saying is not wrong. You're correct. It's just that you're not patient yet. Because what we need to really do is to educate all the coaches. We have 900 coaches who is coaching boys now that don't have no qualification. So we don't have a clue what they're coaching them say. So that is so you're correct with that. Is the coaching is probably the biggest part of our problem. And I agree with you 100%. We have talent like rice grain. So I agree with you 100%. And we have the physical attributes that nobody else in the world have. Most countries in the world don't have. So I agree with you. So, but our coaching school is doing extremely well, and it's something that we're focusing on because we believe better coaches, better players. We also focus on the clubs to make sure that they improve themselves too, because better clubs mean better coach, mean better players. So we're working on those, but a lot of people are very impatient, and it's going to take a while for all of this to come true. So it could take years.
Well, you're right, Mr. Speed, but you know fans want success right away now. Fans, you have the fans and the red fans. Because I beat your whole heap in, but at least when I look into it and look back, I say everybody I beat everybody, but in terms of putting things in place, at least you start somewhere, even though we may not agree with some of the things. At least if you start something, somebody else will come add on it with the philosophy, and we might get somewhere. But most of the people want to beat now, they're not that far.
Yeah, but look here, what you say is true, and also remember I change course a little, because our senior team coach is now foreign, right? We still have a local. Our female senior team coach is foreign, right? Our under 20 male coach is foreign, and we're looking to employ a foreign female under 20 coach. So what we are doing now is having a mixture of both the local and the overseas, but we cannot progress our locals because remember we did the overseas coaches thing from 1998, 1994. Where did it, after those people left, where did it get us? So it's a two-prong approach we're on, and we just have to be a little bit patient and hope it works.
Yeah, Mr. Speed, but yeah.
Carla?
Yeah, Mr. Speed.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but you know why you change course? You change course because high level certification, talk with a few people, you realize a reaction time makes sense, proper coaching makes sense. So it would be foolish for a man up on a bridge and look down and see pylons crack and stand up on it and I say, no, you're not collapse. So you have to change course.
Not change course totally, me tweak the concept. Because we still believe the locals they must get a chance. But me tweak the concept. Yeah. Which is what you must do if facts change, No, there's nothing wrong with that.
All right, Kevin.
Agreed.
Yeah, man. Big up always. Good call, man. Respect all the time. Yeah, man. All right. We have had Mr. Speed for a while. Listen, thank you for coming on. But Duckland want to ask, he says, a former national coach commented about not wanting Greenwood in the program. He said this can damage recruitment efforts. What is your opinion on the matter? And what what views do you share on that?
Well, we want Greenwood. So we want Greenwood. It would be an honor for him to come and play for us because I know his quality. So I don't know what that coach thought. Maybe he have a reason. I would like to hear his reason, but then I don't. He might have a reason.
That isn't. All right. Well, the YouTube coach is going to check out right now because you understand me. The A-license coach and the YouTube coach in combination. You understand me? Today, I think the YouTube coach won the battle. But big up Kyle Wallace, you understand me? People, I did an interview with Mr. Carl Wallace. So there's a Kyle Wallace, and I did an interview with Carl Wallace. Make the connection. You need to listen to it, all right? Kiefer Howie, yeah, I don't know where T got that champion. Champion is what? A football in school. Champion player football, man. I don't know where T got get that from. You understand me? Big up Boss Thomas, Triple E up and running. Fresh God Peso, big deal up and running. XYZ bartender, Star Boys, all Gunners Boss. Oh my Lord, Champ Deck up and running. You understand me? Chris Wayne, call a bar. Gregory Messam, Alex Reed. Oh, Family had a question that you needed to answer. Eagle Republic, Kevin Williams, Mr. Speed. Family had that question for you, I think he's asking, is Mr. Speed referring to the club management diploma when he says them soon sort out Brian?
That our brand.
Yeah, man.
Because
that is what Family want to do, Family want to do. Family have the family not for coaching but for management. Big up Family, So he wants to know if there's going to be an actual
club license diploma. No, what we obviously is courses. I know that J.O. Hedo run a course. The next stage up from a normal degree. MBA.
A degree?
No, I think you
have
MBA.
You have your MBA, you have your doctorate.
MBA in sports in sports management. So the JOA run that course.
So like all people who finish them like them PhD and those things. Them need to go through them course here. Then they can't just run a team, man. Then they can't just get
because it's not in sports, so you need somebody to do it in sports.
Yeah, but what if it's in what a part I have to deal with management?
No, management is a management. If you do general management, yes, you can manage, of course. But you need some like you need some like but you remember say you could be managing a bank or you managing a construction site. It's still different. Even though you man, there's some similarities, but some things different. So you have to learn those things. So that is why.
Okay. Kyle Wallace says, sound like a Reggae Boys supporters club concept 20 years ago, Mr. Speed.
What am I talking about?
I think with the whole coaching and the two-prong approach to coaching, right, Kyle Wallace? That's what you're talking about.
No, we never have the second prong. When we imported the people from Brazil and so there was no teaching going on below.
Okay, and then Ricardo Baggio out of Canada. You understand me? Back in the days, the man was a big detective on the island shores. It's not Sir P. People, don't worry yourself. You understand me? Yeah. Him say still looking the Cavaliers jersey, it's a Speed.
No, say I didn't.
XL.
The person who you say must get a jersey. The person who live in New York. Me send up the jersey, to my son.
Yeah.
But not Baggio. It wasn't Baggio.
Yeah, man, it was somebody else. Because Baggio is in Canada.
Yeah.
All right. So there's one jersey for the person in New York. That one. But Baggio, when you gave away the jersey, Baggio was asking for a jersey because he's in Canada. That same day.
Well, they must tell me how that are reaching.
Yeah. Then people management get no jersey. Mount Pleasant. You're right, a fire pan Cavaliers on the channel.
Nah, give management no jersey. Can go wear Mount Pleasant jersey.
All right, boss. So they hear that. The one say not give it no Cavaliers jersey. We have to go where? Yo, no man. But me have a ball. Cavaliers still. Me look a ball Cavaliers. Me rate. You know, Kyle Ming a my ball is a youth. Me just like him demeanor as a player. Just find him to be very respectful. You understand me? The concept was on the Reggae Boys decades ago. Development. Better local coaches, better players. Lord of mercy, here I know, Mr. Speed. When you talk about jersey, when Demo and Duckland up on the show, you can't talk about give. Nobody use the word give, you know.
No, but Reggae Boy, I mean, not Reggae Boy jersey. I know me can't.
Demo, I think they are free this boss, you know. And Duckland, you know. And them call free this boss. Big up Duckland, big up Demo. Anyway, you're there. Fresh got on Manchester United match going against Barcelona. We will link your manins, man. I met the link. Yeah, man. Badger, we don't know how the Canada thing go, but I know that Ryan LFC also won a Cavaliers jersey that they're supposed to pick up, right? Brian says, Manins, you know, get any jersey that's interesting. No man, you don't know. Big up Mullines. They have to, but they've been a plan for you. My Mullines United jersey tomorrow on the show. I make them know say Mullines are real club in this. No joke thing. Mullines are real club in this. You understand me? Yeah, man. He wants a no national coaching job for man in Zimbabwe. Kyle Ming bias. Achoo. Ryan, me just try for you get jersey I can type about Manchester City 3, Arsenal 1. What have to do with today's show, Ryan, LFC?
I'm a Ryan LFC type that because the amount of type him have to type with Liverpool.
No worry yourself, man. Them have Newcastle come up, man. No worry yourself. Them have Newcastle.
And also Ryan LFC about 6 months ago, me asked him if them to fire clap and him ball. Me don't like to know him opinion now. Because 6 months ago, me asked him if they must fire clap. Ryan, I want to hear your opinion now.
No worry yourself, Ryan, man. I will talk to you on the weekend.
But him can't say nothing neither, you know, because if he never says so, you see, all him people will follow him, would just leave him program right away. So Ryan, you can't say nothing at all. You have to just, So you talk about Arsenal and Manchester City. You can't talk about Liverpool.
Remember, Ryan, the people need to go up to Winchester, you know, and pick up the jersey, you know. Anything stay too long, serve 2 months, you know, puppy.
Him to tell me when he want to make carrot.
Yeah, you hear that?
Or any match day, Ryan. You can pick it up. Me have it for match days.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Big up Philadelphia. You understand me? When we say Philadelphia, yeah, man. Bless up Mr. Speed and Scene up. Yeah, man. Big up Starboy. You don't know the Philadelphia lingo. One place, you know, Delaware, Philadelphia. That's over there, you understand me? Flying to Philadelphia, drive over into Delaware. Our thing that. All right?
Yeah.
This is my name, J. Taylor, Management. You are part of the problem when it come on to local coaches. Every time we said them no good enough, you come out and defend them. The under 17 coach is straight out at top of school. Okay. Big up yourself, J. Taylor, with the coaching license, the director of football. When you have done a big title, you have to talk more sense doing it. Big up yourself. You're a director of football. You never listen to the show, man. But respect and big up yourself. You understand me? Maybe the winter over there in the Scandinavian nation probably are creeping in your brain and probably are freeze out some of the sense right now. Yeah, man. But Sir Speed. Yeah, man. Tell him to stop cry over Arsenal. When Man City, Mr. Speed will tell you that class is permanent. But form is temporary.
Yep.
Yeah, man. But people, listen, big up yourself. You know, we got oh, G's and peace. People, the director of football are called. Yes. Director of football. Because I close the show now. Why are you saying?
My name is man.
Yeah.
Me hear you. You go when you went back. Can you hear me? My name is man.
Yeah, break up. You look like some ice in your line, but go on, we try see if we can. Yeah. You have to talk the line, you know.
Okay.
We are here, you know. We hear you now, Jay Taylor. He man look like him line one out. Let's see if he will call back and thing. Hey, people, tomorrow we are go big time for I Am Sure Sports. All right. You see tomorrow we are gonna do I Am Sure Sports. You ever hear this actor in Jamaica named Juki Jam? Yeah, we're gonna talk to Juki Jam tomorrow before we JPL show. Big star. You understand me? Anybody know the name there? We're gonna talk about him. Jay Taylor, you have to call back quickly, brother. Because I close the show, I close. So with Jay Taylor there. Let me see if I can call him back. Hold on there, because I don't want him to feel like say. Yeah, man, Jason boy, that job. Jason Wright, really play some good ball right now, man. Yeah, man. Right now, Jason, but really and truly, some of the players them have a youth to play left back. Him name Cunningham for Arnett Garden. Is a youth where me like the youth. Me just like certain players' demeanor, right? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, man. We're hearing you clearly. Yes.
All right. Big of yourself, man, is man. You know that you got to sort out your internet before the director call in.
All right.
Yeah, all right. My name's man. All right. I just wanted to touch back on the thing when me and you did a kind of go have a disagreement about the system approach. Based on your observation of the boys playing the first two games, can you recognize a clear system of what the coach is trying to do?
Obviously, man. Obviously. There is a system.
What is the system? What is he trying to do?
Okay, so let's look at the first goal that we scored in the first game. So let me give you a system of play. The system of play is that when we play with three in the back, when we are attacking, Bolt Barrett goes up, right? You have Dustin Cohen who pushes inside, giving Bolt Barrett the space on the wing. On the other side, Jamani Bell comes inside, and on that side, Molina comes up. So that is why we scored a goal where it was played from Barrett, who pushes up while the other Mangatal stays and cover. Adrian Reed comes up, and I hear Dixon comes across. That is how we attack. When we defending, those two players come back to form a back five. We play with four in the middle, and there is one. That is a way that the team plays. The team conceded 2 goals not because the system that they started with didn't work, but because the decision in terms of the substitution that came on, when they came on, led to the 2 goals being scored. In the second game, we almost scored a goal from the same thing. We also played. So here's what, hold on, man. So here's what happened in the second game. We were up, the team wasn't offering anything. We got a second yellow to a player, which led to a red card. The coach made poor substitution and never adjusted his formation to play a new system in the moment of the game.
Okay. And all this information was related to you by the coach?
No, what man ask me from what no when me see in the game, come and watch the game and analyze it and break it down.
Okay, because the reason why I said that, because remember you went back and asked Marion Garden in the second press conference. I heard you said to Mr. Garden, I don't want to phrase your words wrong. You said, can you explain about not having a system as yet, because some people took away from the last press conference that you don't have a system. And he kind of said what he said. I felt like you are better. I feel like you're better at articulating the coach's system more than he can, because he still didn't articulate his system.
Well, no, but it's fine. Brethren, if like I did say in the interview that persons walked away, I did say to you when we were talking, I can understand why you'd walk away with that. I don't believe, like I said, let me say it again. You see the 2 games that we played? Do you realize that we conceded the goals when we made changes? And I am saying to you, like what we heard about the most effective tactics available. What did he apply when? So we never changed the way we defended when we were down. In fact, watch the game. Molino, the number 2, plays on the right side. So he comes back to play as part of the back 5, which means the number 3, who many people say is not a good player, he always has Molino over there helping him to defend. When we got the red card, do you realize what the coach did? Let me tell you what he did. He took off the center forward, Watson. That means we no longer have an outlet. He put on a player named Mahoney. All right. The first ball that was played in the center of the field to Mahoney, it bounced off him all the way back to the 18-yard box. He then shifted Mahoney to the right side, push Bell up front, move Molino from the right side to the left side. And the goal we conceded was the right-sided defender got beaten easily because he didn't have Molino double teaming with him. Do you realize that is what happened? So I am saying to you that the coach made bad decisions. So if you say to me he's supposed to get fired, I can't argue with you.
No, I wouldn't say that. I would say he wasn't supposed to get hired. I believe in prevention over cure.
Well, that is fine. If you say that he should not have been hired, given what you see, then that is fine.
No, I didn't have to see this. I saw it before, and I know what. Listen, management is like you get stung by a snake that's very venomous, and you say, "I wonder if you go dead or your foot go rotten off." It's inevitable. The coach is, I say, a lot of these local coaches, they need to be an understudy under a pro licensed coach before they take over these youth teams. My reasoning for that is watching this Jamaica under 17 team is like watching a Manning Cup team. Marion Gardner is coaching the team like a Manning Cup team, and they not even look as good as Clarendon College. Matter about an okay Manning Cup team that's inconsistent. The problem is management. The way how he set up the team is why I say out a top of school is these teams are not built to come from behind. The way he's playing, it's not built to come from behind. He's trying to get a lot of bodies behind the ball. And I want to say congratulations to anybody who's coaching the kid named Rolando Barrett or whatever his name is. I think he is for me, is the most outstanding player I see. A lot of people disagree with me I saw from the first game. I thought that he handled his zone very well. He got a bit jaded in the second half of the first game, but he's very composed. He's not as giddy as a lot of the players. A lot of people say, "Yo, look like somebody came to promote the play." I don't know him.
But Jay Taylor, you're not listening to the show. You just came in, man. You look like you're out at a party playing some music, and you just got in and got.
I was just making.
No man.
I was just talking about that play.
No man. No, Lord have mercy. There's a reason why you have not been listening to the program. You know why?
No, I'm just here to take up that issue with you, man, about the system.
So we answer the system thing. The reason why I said that, let me tell you why I said that. Because what you're saying about the player and stuff, all of those things we have gone through. So that's why I'm saying that maybe you weren't listening to the entirety of the program. But let me get to you about one thing. Nobody, including me, at any point suggested that our national teams should be coached by local coaches. I can't recall people saying those things. In fact, the people who listen to my channel will always hear me say that we must get the highest qualified coaches for our senior team, male, female. The under 20 is the same thing. The under 17, we must get one of our reggae boys who has the highest level qualification, coaching and operating in the overseas landscape at the under 17. And then our best local coaches at the under 15 level. Then what we do is all of those, we have assistant coaches working with them locally to help them so they can get trouble. But that's what even Mr. Speed has been saying. And what we have been, and advocate. So nobody is saying that.
But man is man. Well, I know you are very good at swiveling your way and backtracking when it comes to things. You weren't talking like this before the tournament, my brother.
Listen, hold on. I can go back to programs from last year and show you this. I can go back to when
I'm talking about this program. I'm talking about this program.
I'm talking
remember
about, listen to me. I can go back from the moment I started YouTube and talking about coaches, what I think about how our coaching structure should be. From the beginning of my program, I've never changed.
Manins, I want you to stick. Manins, man. Well, in the press conference, right? When I said to Marian Garden, listen to just wait up, mega lecture. I said to Marian Garden, will the senior coach have anything to do with how this team is gonna play or set up or any coordination? Marian Garden said, yes, I'm in coordination with him and stuff about. And my thing is this: I'm saying one of the big problems we've been having is lot of worry.
Hold on, because I made a point, and you're saying that I am slithering, backtracking. What am I backtracking on?
I'm trying to finish the point.
Okay.
All right. I'm getting back around to it to show you why my line of questioning was like this in the press conference.
I want to get back to me. No, why you get it back to me?
I'm getting right to where you are, Mannings man. I'm getting right to where you are. That's why I call in. What I'm saying, Mannings man, I said when I asked him that question specifically, because I'm saying it, one of the problems we've been having previous is we have all these different coaches at the different levels coaching with their own ideology, and then some of the players don't transition on to the next phase, like under 17, under 20 senior team. They talked about the Mexican team that had 11 players that went to their senior team. No, based on what you saw, why I asked you about the system. You seem to be one of the only people who can clearly identify what Marian Garden is trying to do. That first game against Cuba, that was pure Jamaican.
I'm still, you're taking too long to get to the part where you are suggesting to the people that I am backtracking on what I said.
No, you were saying you were saying that when I said that the coach clearly don't have a system. You said you didn't have a problem with the coach finding the players and then create a system for them. And I thought that was building the house from the top down. I believe that you have a system and you find the pieces for that system and you get players to buy into what you want to do to play a specific way. What he did is find a group of players and then him say, okay, you can run fast, you can do this, we are going to do this. No, man, that's what I was saying early on, and you didn't decide, you didn't have a problem with the coach not having a system.
Listen again, JT. You said I am backtracking. In the press conference, you asked the coach about a system. Right? The coach gave you an answer. Do you remember what the coach answered you and said?
Yes.
All right. Just explain. What did the coach say in the press conference when you asked the question about system?
Well, mine's one. Can I help here?
No, Mr. Speed, me gonna make it chip in, man. But me need to, because him accuse me of backtracking. So we need to get. Listen, so go ahead. What did the coach? Hey, we're not shift. What did the coach answer and say?
No, we're not shift.
Man,
I'm not shifting. I'm listening to you.
What did the coach say?
I might not get it word for word.
No, man, that's fine.
But I'm gonna
paraphrase.
Okay, let me just give in paraphrase in the ballpark of you can't really go in with a system. You have to get the players and then basically find a system that works in a way with the players.
That is what you understood. So I went to the press conference and I said to the coach, let me bring it up. In the last press conference, you were asked a question about system. Some persons walk away with the impression that you have no system. All right? My understanding is that you have something established, but you also must get the players so you can determine how best for them to play. What do you say? He started out by saying, yes, you are right. And he went on to explain. I came on today when you asked your question about system, and I said to you, yes, I saw a system. I explained that to you. And then I went on to say the coach made major errors because it wasn't the system, but he made major errors in both games in his substitution, which cost us the game. How have I backtracked?
Okay, all right, okay. Maybe backtrack is not the word. How did you fumble?
How did I fumble? So
all right,
what is the fumbling?
All right. When more ask Mr. Speed, when Mr. Speed is going into a JPL system,
you and I,
right?
Hold on, Mr.
No,
Speed. Hold on, Mr. Speed is having a conversation. He can't come on now. This is between you and I.
Okay.
So, how am I fumbling?
Because, man, you know that when a person say you're going to see what you have and build with that, that sounds to me that you don't have a plan, brother. You don't have a system.
No, do you know a plan in football? You know that a plan is different from a system?
A plan.
Hold on.
No, all those things carrying together, bro. All those things work together. Your plan.
All right. So
management. Let me help now. Let me help.
JT.
Management, let me help now. Management, let me help you now. Let me help you. Can you get flustered? Look here. In a modern game, there's a thing called a game model, right? So you have some countries who them game model set because almost every single person in the country start playing from them young. So if you talk about Spain, you know that what their game model is. A lot of pass, 1,000 pass and movements because they don't have physical attributes like the Americans or the Europeans or the Jamaicans who are bigger in stature. So they develop their game model and finish pass and movements, right? The Brazilian have them game model, Germany have them game model. Everybody develop a game model. I remember I was in Sweden about 5 years ago, and they all the coaches come together and they started to try and pass out the ball from the back. And when we were playing against them, I was saying, but them can't do it good. So we just rushed them but everybody was determined that was going to be the country's game model. Everybody was entitled to play their part. So what happened is some of the time a particular game model don't even suit the team where you have the players and where you have. So you have to pick. It's not you decide in some cases, so you have to pick a game model and stick with it. It's sometimes the best players where you have decide what kind of game model you decide to have. So to come and say,
does a game model fit within a system? It's just an honest question. Is a game model fit?
I mean, what you call a system? You mean like?
Yeah. What do you call a system? Yeah.
Yeah, because we have different.
I think a system comprises of many things like formation,
right?
How you're going to attack, how you're going to defend, and if this doesn't work, you go to this because they're doing this, but you still.
The game model is like what you're doing possession, what you're doing out of possession, right? And then you have some coaches who fine tune what you do out of possession in the different thirds or in different segments of the field, right?
Or what you do out of possession transition.
Where you know, you know most transition in your if you regain possession, you know most try transition to attack. You can possess. So it depends on your game model where you choose. So I'm saying if you have a set of man who can pass the ball good, if you're a game model a ticket attack, I'm sorry for you. Even for that you like. So people can like any type of system or formation or game model they want to play, but at the end of the day, it must suit the best players than what you have to play that particular game model, right? But here's the problem when you choose a game model. Everybody needs to watch. Nobody feels there is a team that now watch and know. So when you choose a game model, there is always a way to beat that game model, which is when you come back to the meta, the most effective tactics available to beat a particular game model. So people have to learn to be versatile and can tweak them game model in such a way. Now desert it totally in such a way if you decide when you keep the game in a perspective, you have to be able to versatile to tweak a game model to probably play in a different way. Or you need to disguise certain things when you're doing it too. So all of that, why when people come down and say, hey, you must play like this or you must play like that or you must have a distinctive pattern. Remember, if you have a distinctive pattern, there is another pattern to beat. So some of the time that's not. So I don't think we should get caught up on this. Why your game, man? Why you do, why your system, why your philosophy, all of that, because some of the time, if you stick with, for instance, let me give you an example. If you are a press a team like Spain, who is adept at playing between the lines, can beat the press every single time, and you say that your philosophy, you're going to the slaughter. So you can't carry that go play Spain. You have to go change and play something next. Just a point. You understand what I say? I remember I was watching this match with this team. I can't remember the team. What the team name where this left-footed player used to play for Real Madrid name in Europe. When team name? And he used to play for Spurs too.
Oh, Croatia. Madrid.
No man. It's left-footed players.
Bale. Wales. Bale.
I remember in the first game, they were playing USA, right? So let me explain something. USA don't teach people to head ball when they're small. You can't head the ball till you're about 14. Am I right? Or 13. I can't remember what it is. Right?
Yeah.
Basically, say USA heading will not be on par with a European team. Because Europeans just head the ball from them small, right? So I remember when Wales was playing USA, and USA was leading them 1-0. The way Wales came back was put some strong players in the middle of the park up front and just pump some long ball down off of US because they know the US traditionally won't be able to have the same skill set. Is that you see what happened there and Wales equal?
Mr. Speed, that's where you're gone too far, brother. Because for me is
you're gone far.
Mr. Speed, no man, because what metrics did the coach used to pick the players then? If you don't have an idea of how you want to play, what kind of players are you looking for when you're picking the team?
No, but some coaches pick the 11. Some coaches pick the best players available, then use the model to suit the best players available. Some coach work like that. Remember, it's a country now. I don't like. The difference between Pep and a club team and a country team is different. A club team by what suits them. A country have to play with the players that they have. That's the big difference.
Play the system that suits the player. So what you have, there are components, which is you need to listen and learn, right? Because listen, there are components because that is why you need to understand what because one of the things that you suggested is that the national coach is supposed to set up something where every player can play. A national coach cannot do that.
Who said that, Marines man? Who said that?
And peace. You said it earlier, man. Go back and listen. You talk about
no. What do you see? That's what I tell you. Listen, you're not understanding.
Hold on. That time about understanding. You didn't say anything about Hal Grimison at any point. Talk about a system of play for all our age group and players transition. You never said that. Argument done. Leave it alone. You never said. You did not. Listen, you said you did not say that. Let's move on. You never said that. We are going to. You never said that. So let's move on, man. We have a different point.
This is how you have a This is how you have a discussion. I'm just telling you to just chill, bro.
I am chill, bro. You said you did not say that. So let's move on. You didn't say that.
Well, I didn't say I did not say that. It's the way how you're articulating it. I was correcting you.
All right, say what you said. All right, correct. Say what you said about Hal Grimson.
I said I asked the coach, is the senior coach going to have anything to do with the style of play and how you want to set up with the youth team? Because one of the problems I've been noticing that a lot of our players haven't been transitioning to the different phases, like under 17, exactly what I'm saying.
All right, so let me ask you a question. Mm-hmm. Should a national coach dictate what happened with all the programs in a nation's football?
All right, how I look at it, that's not just a black and white answer, because
give
I'm
me a
saying
pink
no.
answer.
All right. No, I don't do pink.
One.
I'm gonna give you my answer. The answer is this. Management, if we're trying to get some of these players to transition and we're looking at a 4 or 5 years plan, I thought that even the assistant coach, since Marion Garden didn't have enough time under the senior coach, maybe he should be assisted or team up with.
Listen what I'm asking you.
Yeah.
I'm taking this beyond Meron Garden. In general national footballing principles, should the national coach determine a system, according to you, for the youth football all the way up to the senior level? It's a yes.
It's depending on the arrangement that the head coach has with the federation. If it's a long term,
so let me ask you a different question. In your understanding of football, from your perspective, a national coach who has a 4-year cycle, should he dictate, of course, a 4-year cycle, of course, and it is performance based? Should the national coach be given the responsibility of creating what the national teams do all the way up to help with transition?
I think his team should assist, especially in a country like Jamaica where we haven't been getting the results that we need. Because look, let's say the senior coach, his strategy and his style of play is working at the senior level. Now the players who were probably decent at under 17, maybe not even make it up to the senior level because they don't even know what he's doing at the senior level. They got coached differently by somebody else who didn't know what they were doing at the under 17 level.
So in general,
I think that is,
in general, national football principles, a technical committee headed by a technical director has a responsibility of developing the game model, MODEL, for a nation. When a senior coach comes in, he can adjust or whatever. Now, if the only way the coach can do that, like Rene Simoes did, is that he wore the hat of technical director, which meant that he was able to dictate over time the game model for the nation. I did the interview with him. A head coach don't have that task. They come in and they has to work with the game model and find players to play it. That's how it works. So Coach Hal Grimson is a head coach for the senior team. He has no responsibility to ensure that a player who is 16 learns something so that when he's 20, he can play in the national team. And here is why. Because if after 2 years, the Jamaica World Cup campaign is going down the gutter, he's going to be fired.
Fire the coach.
There you go. Yeah. So the nation, through its technical committee and technical director, what I would expect you to come on and do is to question Mr. Rudolph Speed and the rest of his technical committee. Where is the game model for Jamaica's football? That is what we need to challenge Mr. Speed. Present it to us so we can see, so we can know, so we can learn. Because we can change coaches. We can change under 20 coaches.
But wouldn't you want? Isn't Hal Grimson one of the few pro-life coaches in the organization or the federation?
But hold on, man. Let's keep it again. What is happening is, if you notice, what is happening is that what the coaches need to be fair with is all the different game model where possible, all the different styles and all these different systems. Because if you notice what happened in the World Cup, we could just use the World Cup because it's recent and right in front of us. All the teams that have strong game models, then go home because people map them out. You have to be versatile. Argentina use 5 different formations when they playing at the World Cup and win it. 5 different ones. Morocco was just willing to adopt a tactic that says, I will play without the ball for long periods of time, and then I know what I'm going to do when I get it. They were very comfortable playing without the ball. If you notice, a team won a game with 17% possession. That was Costa Rica. I mean, teams won game with 27% possession. Mexico is our kingpin here. They improved their ball retention by 9%. You know, their possession rate went up by 9%, but then go in the first round. So all I'm saying to you, we start to believe that some of those game model system thing philosophy is overrated. What you need to do is take every single opponent you're going to play and come up with the meta. What is the best tactics you can put against them and beat them?
Okay, Mr. Speed, hold on, Mr. Speed,
For you to do that, you have to understand that you have to learn all of the different styles, game model systems.
You know what is awesome? One thing I'll say to help you to understand it, the very point you're making. Let's use Spain as an example. Spain has changed several coaches in the last 16 years, and they still play the same way.
No, Spain don't play the same way. They don't play the same way right now.
Listen, what are you talking about? They don't have the same quality. It's the same tiki-taka. They just don't have the same quality.
No. Spain is not playing the same way, man. Now we know I'm going down the road there. Spain is not playing the same way. The Spain when Barcelona was winning and the Spain is playing now, it's not. Man, these are opinions. You're acting like you get one receipt from Spain and say, yo, this we did a play for the man, you have to also be able to accept that these are opinions based on what we observe.
Sir.
You're observing it and I'm observing it as well.
Sir. Spain has the same game model for the last 16 years. I did the interview with a person from Spain. The game model has...
the technical director or something?
The game model has not... I did an interview. Go and watch it on the channel. The game model in Spain has not changed.
With who? With who, man? I'm just asking.
He was here in Jamaica, man. I did an interview on the channel.
I'm asking you who?
I don't remember his name. So Fresh God will soon tell you. I did an interview with him. I don't remember his name.
And what's his role in Spanish football? I'm just asking.
Go and find that out, man. Here's the point I'm making.
But you're making concrete statements and I ask you, and then you just jump over it.
I am making a concrete statement. I am saying to you, go and find that out. I don't have to tell you. You don't have to believe it. Yes. So you cannot. Spain has had the same game model for 16 years. The personnel have changed. The coaches have changed. The point I am making to you is this. Because your coaches change so often, you cannot give the coaches the autonomy to create game model when they are not going to be around. That must be a technical committee.
So what does the coach? Is the game model created in tandem with the coach and the technical committee, or is just a game model that's in place and it's set, and whichever coach comes in, they work in that game model?
So when the coach, remember, within a game model, you do different because quality determines how you execute the game model. That's how football play. So let me give you an example. I want to play with my wing backs sprinting up and squaring the ball. All right? And they need to get 9, as an example, 9 out of every 10 squares. If I put Javian Brown there and I put Zivchenko there, it is the same game model that I'm using. But the different quality executes it at a higher level.
You see, this is why I never want to talk this game model thing with you. That's why I was sticking to system, because you see now, when you start go game model now, you're talking like from people who go into a coach, like a coaching course or whatever. May I talk to you from a person who played and understand, like a coach said, okay, this is our system and this is how we want to play. And if this happens and this happens, we revert to this, but this gets us this result. This player needs to be here on when the ball is here, when we're within a specific system and knowing the outcome, the potential outcomes, the way how you press, the way how you defend the zones, like different things like that. So more asks, how does the game model fit in a system? That's why, because the way you're talking about these two things, like they don't have any correlation, bro. And this is why I'm trying to See, just for the layman like myself who understand football from this play.
All right. So from play, when I went to, so I moved to Constant Spring. I'm going to use my as an example. Danny Lynn, who was the coach, he never wanted his wing back. So even when the player breaks on the outside, he says, do not pass the ball down the line. He wanted the Dean Sewell, whomever was playing wing back, to dribble inside to create space. No matter who came and coached, that's how Constant Spring played. Now, when Dean
Is
Sewell,
that a system or a game model?
Then no, what I mean if that is he creates a game.
No, me ask you. No, man, you did some coaching courses, and I'm asking you, is the terms, is that a system or a game model?
All right, so let's break it down. All right, you remember? You remember Mr. Speed? You were the one who said to Mr. Speed, Mr. Speed, isn't formation, system, and all of these things a part of it? Did he ask him that?
Yeah.
All right. And what was his answer?
Yeah.
And he said yes.
Yes.
Okay. So if a country creates a game model, within it, it determines how people operate, which is your system. So let's use Nelson Searcy has what he called the 8 systems. The 8 system define how effective organization works. He uses the example that no matter who you put at the Mitsubishi factory, all the cars come out to be Mitsubishi because there's a system, but there is a model that governs that. So within it, the system falls. But here's the thing. If you put an incompetent person to put on the tires, you may have some cars coming out with tires being put on lean.
So what is Jamaica's game model, management?
Isn't that what we are? This is now the point. Didn't I say to you, we need to challenge Mr. Rudolph Speed and the technical committee for not having a game model? That is what we are missing.
So that means we don't have a system then, right? As well. I'm just asking.
But I just said, all right, didn't I say to you?
Listen, let's answer that. No man is money. It does that mean we don't have a system then as well? I'm just asking you.
Listen. A game model like Spain. Spain women played Jamaica this morning, and they played based on the same game model. All right, simple. Jamaica, there I can explain to you what I saw as a system at work in the Jamaica game. You can say it's buck-ups, but I can tell you.
And you said a system has to fit in a game model, right?
A system fits in a game model. It fits in a game model.
So if we don't have a game, model, how did you identify the system? I'm just saying.
Lord have mercy. So listen, a system fits within a game model. You listen and learn now?
Game model. Yeah.
Listen now. We don't have a clearly defined game model. Because if we did, watch this. If we did, we would see the same model, right? With the senior team, the male team, and the junior teams. We don't have that. There's no identity. But there are things that you see in the under 17 team that is a system of player unity. Oh, that's so hard for you to understand.
Can you have man, I'm following you. So answer me clearly. Can you have a system then without a game model?
Brethren, yes, you had it.
Why can't you just answer that yes or no? Why can't you answer? Can you have a system without a game model?
Brethren, listen, let me tell you again. Jamaica does not have a clear game model. I can tell you, listen again, no man, and stop. Yes, me, no man, and listen, man. We'll go end the call because I don't understand your point. Yesterday, you came on and you say you did not see a system. You asked me to explain it to you. I said to you, let me give you again, the fact that the Jamaican team, the interview was with Xavi Tamarit from Spain. So go and watch it. It's on the channel. The fact that the Jamaican team played a ball from Adrian Reed and it went to the back post to Bell for him to score. In the second game, they did the same thing, but this time Bell missed it. The fact that when the Jamaica team played, when they were out of possession, they came into a back five. When they were in possession, both Barrett. That is a system that of play. That is there. What is the issue with that?
And this is your so management, you see how me can give you clear answers, and you every time I ask you a question,
but isn't that
it's
clear?
like you feel like
is that not a clear answer?
Management,
is that a clear answer?
Management, but I'm gonna ask you a question. Say, if it was that related to you by the coach, or these are just your pure observation. That's what I'm asking you.
So
and you feel like I'm undermining your intelligence when I ask you a question.
And I answered you that long time. You keep asking questions that you ask. I said I don't have no conversation with the coach. I answered you that long time from the first time you asked.
Okay, so
the coach never talked to me.
So
the coach not talk. What is that? I don't understand the relevance of that.
Management, you don't have to get observation based on your observation.
Listen. You're losing memory because this is how the conversation started. Me not have time to go back over a conversation, brother. Me answer you already. So try and remember so you don't ask me the same thing. Me and the coach not talk. Did I observe it?
And so me say no. So, and I accept that. Me say so that's where I'm trying to say now. Based on your observation, you have identified a system that Jamaica is playing. Can you give us the name of the system that we play that you identify? Because you went to coaching course. I didn't. You probably can educate me. Can you give us a name of the system?
What do you mean give
you
you a name of
the
system?
Listen, what it falls under.
What system have name?
Okay.
Name it system. I don't know any name.
No system not name. No, all right. No system not name. You just tell it yourself.
Listen what I'm asking, man. And don't make a fool of yourself. You saw no system. We saw no system of play. I gave you example. System is simply this. Simply this. What do you do out of possession? What do you do when you have possession? You can break that down into finer things if you want. So, what did Jamaica do when they were out of possession? That is system. You're asking me what is the system's name?
And I'm saying to you, management.
Also, management, it could be fine-tuned into where the outer position is.
Don't talk to him. You finish. I want to finish.
Let me help him.
Ask what the system name because me I tell him what
let me help him, management.
So you help him. Don't talk.
Yeah. So basically, when you're out of possession, suppose you're out of possession in the opponent half, then it could be defending at the opponent half, right? If you're out of position at your half, clearly you're defending at your own half. You could also be out of position at the opponent half and decide say you're defending at the mid-third, or you could drop back in your half entirely and defending at your half. You could also decide say you're out of position and you're going to defend the 18-yard box, which is a tactic that a lot of teams use, just defend the 18-yard box, and it works brilliantly, especially if your team not good. So basically, you're defending and you're attacking, or you're in a transition, right? Whether for defense or your attack. So what management is saying, JT, is that you say you might can identify some game model like Spain and say, oh, they play tiki-taka. You can identify some team and say, oh, they play a long ball. But the truth is, not really the tiki-taka or the long ball, is it? It's really what you do when you're in a position and what you do when you're
there you go, sir. The system is not called tiki-taka.
All right, Mr. Speed. When you see a BMW, do you know that's a BMW?
But do you man God?
Well,
just hear me out now.
No, man, that's fine. You have some Toyota now
That's a question.
You have some Toyota now. Look at a BMW, but yes, generally, me know. So it's a BMW.
All right. So in a football, then that's mean that you can disguise the system. What I'm just trying to say then now, it seems like man is the only person who can recognize this car, that it's a BMW. Based on my observation of what you're saying.
Most coaches, most coaches were most coaches are good. Hey, well, some of the best person who recognize these things are spectators. All good spectators can recognize what the team is doing. Whenever they play, you don't need management alone. That's not true. So if you really sit down, it's just like everybody who analyze games. If you want to analyze a team, you sit down and you look what they're doing out of position and in position. In a rocket science, you can know. The problem is quality of players, quality of execution, and when you can bring surprises to the game, like some you innovate, always helps a lot. but it's not because people. And you have some people
Mr. Speed, is counter more actually 2 questions in one, Mr. Speed. Is counter-attacking football a system, and what system do you play at Cavaliers? Just
counter-attacking football is a cousin of counter-attacking football. Counter-attacking is a cousin, is transition to attack, but is not
it is what you do when you have the ball.
No. Counter-attacking, yes, is a recognized type of transition to attack. It is recognized, yes.
Okay. Yeah. But when you counter-attack in football, don't you kind of have a specific things that you're also doing on when defending, setting yourself up for the counter-attack?
Yeah, there is a session. You can have coaching session that defend against the counter-attack. I've seen it where people tell you how to defend against the counter-attack.
So,
yes.
I understand.
So that is why if I'm playing a team that depend on the counter-attack, like say I'm Mobile United with Duki, and I know that's what they're going to do, I will take away the counter-attack from him. Just take it away from him. So him don't have that. Him can't play against me. Him can't counter-attack me at all. That is why I'm saying to you, even with my game model, I'm going to do certain little things to take away the counter-attack from, which is what I've always played in.
So let me tell you this. Cavaliers have under 15, under 17. All right? Senior team, male team. The Cavaliers player
under 22.
Under 20 have the same game module.
Yep.
For all their teams. All the teams look different.
And for the layman, man's man, and I want you to understand these questions that I'm asking. I'm sure there's other football fans who would ask these questions. Yeah, I can ask some questions from Mar, brother.
Really?
You don't think no other fan? No, Mr. Speed, you don't think any other fan would ask these questions? Like everybody go through some courses. Everybody go.
Me I try to see other people asking questions.
No, man, you have whole heap of fans, you see. When no football better than all whole heap of coaches. You have some real fans, you know, when no idea.
So Cavaliers. All right, Jay Taylor. Let me work. Cavaliers have a game module which is what Jamaica needs to get. And I'm saying to you, there is no clear module for Jamaica's football. Mr. Speed said they are developing it.
Yeah.
Right? They are developing it. Yeah. That does not mean that what Tapa was doing, there was no system.
Of course he had a system.
It wasn't effective, but it was a system.
He had a system. It was called failure.
See, you're gone on a different thing, you know.
No. Is it not so? Is it not so? What I'm saying to you, man, is what you guys call a game model for the regular fan, for the layman, they call it a system, brother. Because I tell you, and everybody go through some coaching courses and know the modules and the different. That's what I say for the layman, a regular fan, what they would just refer to is a system of play.
So let me say it again. Cavaliers have a game model, MODEL. So all the teams in Cavaliers, the coaches use that same model to coach the teams. However, in his senior team, he has a Richard, King, and a Busy. Their quality means that within his game model, the system that he plays, so he puts them, what he says, here's what. When you get the ball, Vino Barkley, instead of putting it to Leng, I want you to roll it to Kyle Ming. Ming, listen, Richard King is going to go to the right. Busy, when he does that, you're going to make a run to the left, open, create some width. Richard King, you can play the diagonal from where you are to him. All right? The same game model is used with his under 17. He doesn't have a Richard King. However, his game model says when he is in possession, his wing player like Busy King go wide and create depth. But how they execute a system within that model is different because he has lower quality at the under 20 team than in the senior team. But the principles.
So even while management with what is specifically under 17, because my thing is though, why I felt that the coach approach it.
Sorry, I'm laughing
wrong.
because of some of the comments. Yeah, so sometimes I think I'm laughing because of you, but some of the comments are very hilarious. But go ahead.
Management, the under 17. Why I thought his approach was incorrect, and you said that
I think his approach
choosing
is
the
incorrect.
best players.
In terms of the game,
when you say choosing the best players and then creating, sometimes for me, what I notice with certain coaches, even at Brentford, is not the best players who's out there. You have what's called role players in football, where do a specific job for you. They might not the best player, but you're gonna get what you need from them. And you have look at a Coutinho at Aston Villa. He's better than some players out there. But the specific way how the coach at Aston Villa is trying to play, he's coming off the bench.
All right, a good example, and you make a good point. So watch this. What good systems do is make average players look better. Now, a lot of times when we see these things is where players are together for a long period of time. People talk about Phoenix. So when Phoenix for 300 days can practice with 4 defenders to say your options. So when you coach teams, here's what you do. Your options are option A, a pass to your right. Option B is a pass centrally. Option C is a pass to your left. And option D, so A, B, C, and D, is to turn back. All right? So who player in option 1 knows. So when you have that for a few years, it's easier when you have the same group of players. That is why Premier League teams have preseason. All right? Arteta, however, when he came to Arsenal, he brought in a new game model than Arsene Wenger. What that meant is that he had to get rid of all the players to bring in a new set of players. Many times, so Arteta, almost every player, with the exception of Granit Xhaka and Saka, who just broke onto the scene, are all the other players are players that Arteta.
But management, I'm following you. I just don't want to. I don't want to lose. I don't want management. I don't want to lose your point.
I'm not
management.
Do not cut me.
Not you, management. Management is the game model structure the same in club and international while you're going on. Just explain that.
Let me finish. So Arteta as a club coach was able to bring talent in and replace talent. In a national team, even if a coach has a game model that Mikel Antonio probably don't fit into it, and Leon Bailey, their level of talent is so high when compared to Atafari Bygrave that here is what the talent must precede the system. I cannot subject Lionel Messi to my system when he is so talented. What I must do is to facilitate the talent of Messi, because in and of himself, he's good enough. That is the difference with national teams. With national teams, you must get your best talent, and your best talent determines how you execute your system.
You see, management. That's why I said to you, management. You explain that. What you talk about the set model when it comes to game model, when it comes to Spain and those. And I said just a quick question: is the game model approach where a club team has a game model, and when a coach comes in, because clubs are rotating players so much, does that coach come in and work with the same game model, or they tweak? Is it tweaked in correlation with the coach?
I said to you that when Arteta came in, he brought a game model to Arsenal and replaced that of Arsene Wenger, which meant that he had to ship out all the Arsene Wenger players and bring in his own players so they could play his system.
Okay. So what is Holgrim's planning to do with Jamaica? Is he planning to work with the
So a national coach don't have the same leverage that Arteta has. Rene Simoes, I did an interview with him, right? Rene Simoes said when he came to Jamaica, right, he looked at what the players could do. He saw them. And here is what. Remember, there weren't, listen to the interview. He spoke about it. He said, one of the things he said, which is part of the whole creating of what the team was supposed to do. He gave out, for the people who watched it, he gave 5 things. One of the things he talked about was their eating and sleeping habits. That determined what they did, how they played, when they played to get the best out of the team. He had to understand Jamaicans' sleeping habit and eating habits. That's number one. He spoke about, he said, aggressiveness with fairness or respect for the game, I think was the right thing that he said. So he said the players were aggressive. He said aggressiveness with fair play. So he didn't want them to not be aggressive, but he wanted them to remain aggressive, but be aggressive in the context and according to the rules of the game. Over time, players changed because some of them couldn't control their aggression in the game. So he had to get rid of them over time. All right? That's how national coaches do. We never had the formation, for example, he spoke about the formation that we use, which was 3 at the back. He said that the center backs were the best positions he had in the team. So that is why he opted to do that. If you listen to the interview, he broke it down to a T, why he did the things that he did. Because at the end of the day, he had to look at the talent that he had. And then based on that, he worked with them to get them to a certain place. And I think sometimes we miss that. And all I'm saying is that, listen, I don't like how the team looked. But it doesn't mean that they don't have a system. It's a system that I don't like and you don't like.
And I just looked up a bunch of names of systems, and there's a bunch of names of systems. So that's why I guess I was asking you a mad question, and I said if you can identify and name the system. No, I just found them on football information here. So you said you identified the system, and I was just like, you're the educated
So give me some names of some of the footballing systems.
But just like what you say, go and do your research here, right there on the internet, man, and you tell me which one of those systems Marian Garden is playing that you identify.
So what you're saying is that, so who wrote that? Whatever you said, is it a coach?
No, these are what's been observed and correlated with different teams.
I'm just asking you, like, okay, so you can't tell us what system. You saw lots of system, but you can't tell us 2 of the names. You want us to go and do research. All right,
Yeah. Because I'm not no, you said you spot a system. I said, I see a BMW outside, I'm gonna tell us if I see a BM fly past. You say you see Marian Garden playing a system, and I ask you,
so you
what's
weren't able to identify what the team. Do you agree that a system is what you do without the ball and what you do with the ball?
Well, that's just football. That's football on a whole. You're automatically by default gonna have to do something like that.
You see how you said to me that you answer question. So let me ask you the question again. Do you believe a system is what you do with the ball and what you do without the ball?
That's included in a system.
All right. So define for us a system.
A system is a number of things, and the system evolves, and it takes different shapes while you're playing the game. But you have specific duties and objectives based on certain things that you do in the game and the outcome.
I'm not asking you what it does, though. I'm asking you what it is. Yeah. You just told me what a system does. No, what is a system? How do you define a system of play?
And I'm saying it includes a lot of things. It includes the tactical the tactical application. It defines how you obviously you say off the ball, on the ball, how you press, how you set piece.
All right.
All of those things fall under system. Am I wrong or
No, I'm
those
asking.
things don't fall under system?
No,
Yeah, those things all fall under system.
I'm not asking you what falls under system. I'm not asking you what is it. Here's what I'm asking you. Define or give me your definition of a system.
And my definition of a system is all of the things that I just named. Management.
Okay.
Including the things that I didn't name. Isn't that okay, you took a coaching course, management, based on what you learned in coaching. Tell us the exact definition of a system.
I gave you the name and explanation.
No.
I gave you it.
No, let
me give you the simplest.
Mr. Speed, you did an A license. Mr. Speed, when them teach you when you sit down in the classroom, what is a system?
Give us the simplest definition of a system, Mr. Speed. The simplest definition for novices like management.
And J. Taylor, big novice here.
I'm not sure JT want to learn nothing.
No, you don't. I want you to tell. Brother, I don't me alone I go learn, somebody else out there listen who's gonna learn. It's not about me. Because it be like I'm asking the questions that are needed to be asked.
But JT,
so educate us.
JT, I gave you my let me give you my simplest definition. You can tell me if you agree or disagree. A system of play is what a team does with the ball and what a team does without the ball. Do you agree or disagree?
I believe that is not just those two things.
So let me help him some more. Because if you did ask me, as a coach and educator, this is what I'm going to tell you. A team system of play is a set of tactical instructions that are assigned to its players. A playing system includes an attacking system and a defensive system.
So now what you do with the ball and what you do without the ball? So
of course, but I'm just telling him. Yes, because he's so intelligent, I want to give him in a more.
Okay. Oh, you want to give him? You want to sound more intelligent?
Okay. And so and the coach. How you fit the coach into that,
So just to go off, so you can also have so you talk about the playing system, the defensive phase or the attacking phase.
There you go. So I did say that you can have other finer details in each of those things.
Yes. So it depends on where the ball is. Coaches could define different instructions for defense. If it's in the half, if it's in a corner, wherever it is, I have to pitch whatever in the mid third, there could be different scenarios that the players then go through. So that is why it is so important for the players to be versed in all of these, different playing style, playing system, whatever you want to call it, game model, because it is not static. That is why in the last World Cup, and I keep on going back to it, teams that had this set game model from them born from 50 years ago, they are able to overcome weak teams. They are able to overcome teams that not well coached. They are able to overcome teams that is not in their class, none at all. But as soon as they come up against the teams that have some quality, that go and look for the method that is best suited against their system, and we can give example, them don't do so well. The Spain, the Germany, the Brazils, them just don't do so well. Argentina changed them formation 5 times in the World Cup. Out how much match? 7 match? How much match them play? 6? I don't remember. So I think every match them change up how them actually play. So the modern game, JT, is telling you don't be fixated anymore on the system, philosophy, style of play.
No, Mr. Speed, does game planning falls under because when we hear two different things. You have your system, but you're also going to plan towards the plan how to.
You have a game model where you plan for everybody separate. Yeah. You plan for everybody separate.
General, yes.
And you might have to do different things based on who you're playing.
Your opponent. Yeah, how you strategize how you're gonna play, or you're gonna adjust your system towards the opponent, right?
And it's not it's not a just system as such. So, for instance, let me give you a clear example. You're playing against a team we can play out at the back. We can beat your press, not care what you do, not care how good you think is at high pressing the ball. It would be suicide for you to come and high press that team. But that don't mean say rest of your game model.
Confrontation is the middle term. So you say, okay, you said to their team, our line of confrontation is the middle term. That's it. So it's not like a system.
Yeah, that's all you change in your game.
It's not like a new system. It's just a different line of confrontation. That's it.
No. Yeah, what? That's all you change.
What?
You just say, listen, don't.
Brethren, you just change the era of confrontation. That's what I'm saying. Unless you coach, it'll go hard for you.
Line of confrontation.
But I can't explain to you because I'm going to talk like that.
Let me explain.
Speed, break it down.
Let me explain to you. Yeah. Let me explain to you. So you have in a football field, you have 18 zones, right? Recognize when people talk about. But you have 3 different thirds, attacking, defense, and middle. So if you might decide, say, listen, and you have the 2 halves. So you can say, listen, my game model is, you set your game model, but team, instead of you try to win back the ball in the opponent defensive third, you win the ball in the middle third. That's where more you win the ball. And you have to set up the team a little bit different when you try to win the ball. Or you might say, listen, leave them with the ball in their half and drop back in my half, like Morocco. Don't go for them half at all on the defending. Stay now half and fill out all of the spaces. So that don't necessarily mean you change your game model, you know. You just change the line of confrontation.
That's what I just say. Wait, what's the way I have to go so long feet? It makes sense. Okay. So if me answer if me very blunt, it don't make no sense. But when me
answer me with aggression. Yeah, answer me with aggression, man. You know, like you come in our class and I try to teach and you just start fire, be a gunshot. Like the students are gonna run out, brother. May I tell you, there's a way how you teach things, man.
All right,
I'm serious, yeah. No, but man, I'm saying is
you have to understand. Comment section, me pay attention to you, brother. What you think of you? Look,
you guys went, you guys went to coaching courses. You guys actually have the coaching terminology. When me ask you questions, I'm asking you from just a player's standpoint and a person and my opinion on football and observation. So when you say, that's why when you say you saw a system for Marian Garden out there, I say for the regular football watcher
like how you call him a Marian. That's not like a, you understand?
Yeah, man, that make
name change, man. Marian is my name, not Marian.
So Roger Grant asked, sorry. To the people. Roger Grant say, you don't think from Morocco. Yes, Morocco was one of the, Morocco, there was also Japan. They were, even if you look at the Japan Germany game, they were contented to play without the ball, and then they attack with pace, and their shot selections, they didn't just kick the ball off the goal, they try to get quality instead of quantity. So yeah, we learn a lot from those things. I think the team that play against Brazil and equalize is one shot them take more one shot.
Mr. Speed being contented without the football, or is it the opponent not allowing you time on the ball to have the ball? Which is how's that?
No, they're 2 different things. I'm comfortable playing without the ball.
You can concede possession, especially in certain zones. So for example, there are teams that will play a lot of long balls in specific zones. So that they can
playing without the ball. No, it's a term. I'm comfortable playing without the ball.
Yeah, and there's also the idea where you can put the ball in particular zones to press the team there, so you can win it back there.
If you're playing Spain,
build the attack there. Yeah.
If you're playing Spain, you better be comfortable playing without the ball.
Yeah, 1,000 pass up there.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Speed, I think when you're implementing the new football model for Jamaica, I hope it's not having anything that entails we should be comfortable playing without the football, because I call that chasing the opponent, or just running around the field.
I would advise you again to listen to Rene Simoes. Rene Simoes, so one of the things that he had to change in Jamaican culture, he said the second thing he had to fix was that you have to enjoy football without the ball. He said when he came to Jamaica, all the players wanted to do was to get the ball. And when they were without the ball, they stopped playing. Go and listen to the interview. You have to learn to enjoy football without the ball. to really appreciate.
No, good team, man. Good teams know how to get the football based on how they press you for the football.
Man. Listen
they force you to turn over the football. Good teams force you to turn over the football.
You're missing what I'm saying. I don't think. What did I just say? Because I don't think you heard what I
No.
said.
He's saying, look here. No. There's ways to beat the press. So if you press certain teams, not care how good you think is, them go and beat the press and make you pay. So is Jason Williams saying here Japan had 18% possession and won the game, first in World Cup history. That's what I was telling you about that team.
Against who? Who was that against?
I think at Germany. That's what I was telling you about against that team.
Germany wasn't a good team in the last World Cup though. So
Germany is always a good team.
Come on, Mr. Speed. No, you have a name. You go offer. You just say, Germany is a good car.
Compared to Japan, Germany is always a good team.
So let me tell you this, Mr. Speed.
It's like playing Germany and Jamaica. Germany is always a good team if I'm playing Jamaica.
Mr. Speed.
Belgium was supposed to be a good team.
All right. Mr. Speed and J. Taylor, and for the person. Part of Jamaican culture of football that needs to change is this idea of getting the ball. Rene Simons gave the numbers, and I always use this example, and he taught me it, and he said it in the interview I did with him a few days ago. One of the things he had to tell the players is there are 90 minutes in the game and 22 players. If you divide 22 by 90, you get 3 point something. In other words, it's not what you do in the 3 minutes that you are supposed to be allocated the ball. It's what you do with the other 87 minutes of the game that will determine many things. And the point he was making is very simple. The same fun we have in Jamaica when we have the ball and you get to beat a person is the same fun we must have when we don't have the ball. The thing, I want Jamaica to make 1,000 passes before the opponent trust and score brilliant goals. But I also want Jamaica to be playing discipline without the ball so that the opponent can score on us. Because football is played attacking and defending. And one discipline is not more important than the other.
I can accept that, man, but I think Jamaica was more forced to play without the ball because we didn't have we didn't have a clear strategy how to get the ball.
Well, I saw us trying to get the ball against Catalonia, and I saw us trying to get the ball against Peru, and a 6-love we get 2 times. So that definitely wasn't the best tactic available. It would have been better.
The meta.
That wasn't the meta.
Effective.
Because it would have been better for you to drop in your half in your minds and defend your half and try to counter-attack into faster than both those people.
Here's an national player and coach now saying to you, if you don't learn how to play without the ball, you'll become frustrated easily.
Exactly. You have to learn to play without the ball. You can't have it all the time.
Yeah, that's but Mr. Speed, that's common sense. But I think that the good teams, they force you to turn over the ball. That's what good teams, based on how they press you. They force you into areas
So when 2 good teams play each other, tell me one.
Either
good teams can play. Good teams can play. Good teams can beat the press.
You watch the EPL, J. Taylor?
Constantly.
You watch the game? Excuse me, you watched the game yesterday with Arsenal and Man City?
Yes, that was a good game of football.
All right, who played better?
I would say Man City played a better football.
Who had most of the possession?
I didn't check the stats.
Arsenal had 60%.
Okay. We're in what area of the field?
All over.
Most of those passes take place. No, man.
All over.
I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. Lord have mercy.
It no matter. City, in my mind.
I'm telling you, you're saying no. In the attack.
No, I didn't say no. I didn't say no, man. I didn't say no. I didn't say no.
Maybe you never mean it. You tell us you not remember.
I didn't
say no.
Hold on. You know what I think happened there? Arsenal have a man-to-man pressing system, right? And Pep probably say, you know what? If I have the ball, him go and press me. So better me give him the ball. And then me try
press him. Which is what City did. And they press Arsenal.
Yeah. So you see again, GT, Pep never changing game model. Him just change him just give them the ball. So him comfortable playing without the ball too. You have to learn to feel comfortable without playing around the ball. You can't bully yourself.
I can accept that.
No, you can't bully. You can't bully the game and say you can't bully the game.
Thank you. People fresh. The boss says the boss just checking watch and realize we have gone 4 hours and 10 minutes. That means people you have gotten too much. So if Fresh God said if we end the show, we are gonna end the show.
Yeah, man. Fresh God. I move like them kids at school. They just watch the clock say 3:30 to school over. You see, sometimes you need to just because some of the things I have learned some things here, but I still believe that good teams. They press you in certain areas where the risk, where if you turn over the ball, they're either closer to goal.
But JT, good teams you can't get the ball from them, JT. Other good teams you can't get the ball from them, so you press them and you can't get it.
But,
Come on.
Arsenal and Man City were good teams, right?
Yeah, so if you is a good team, you think so you can get the ball from because he's a good team and press me. You see what Pep do? Pep no bother try that because he know. Say the chance him know say he might commit too much in the press and the man slice through him. Remember, say people now free.
What if he did, Mr. Speed? What if he had press? Maybe you say the outcome would have been different?
Yeah, possible.
We don't know that. We don't know that though, right?
It's possible. Well, Pep wasn't going to take the chance.
All right.
That's why I'm getting the big box.
You see, so it's different modes of operation. All I'm saying, man, is based on what we've seen with Jamaican football is we go out there and we defend for 89 minutes.
Hey, listen.
And Mr. Speed, you have to change that.
If you can defend for 89 minutes and don't lose a game, you know, you're good.
Lose? No. So have we been winning?
Listen to me. If a team can defend for 89 minutes of a football game, So the point I'm trying to make to you, that is not true. Because I'm saying that even if you were going to say, like, listen, this team can lock you down as a defending team for 89 minutes, that's credit to a team. So we can't speak like that. We can't. What we must say.
So you think Coach Rene Simoy's approach can work now in a football? You think Rene Simoy's approach, when I tell you say can work now?
No, man. Listen.
Hold on.
Man, now listen.
Hold on, man. So, me could just kind of go back on a higher level. Again, can we answer that question already, no, JT? You see, if you play a team, I mean, after a while, suppose we play Cayman, like Jamaica, and we have a game model, we can just impose yourself on a Cayman, right? Because there's no way they're supposed to beat us because we know it's a Cayman. So if you play teams that you know they're lesser talented and lesser organized than you can just impose a game model on them. But if you're playing a team vainly in your range, that is not as good as you know. If you try to impose something where you think the people them study your game model, they might use it against you in an effective way that can cause you problems. Maybe you might have to adjust yourself during the match. And if you don't adjust yourself, you could get natural. So all we are trying to say to you is every team have a game model. But it's just different tactical adjustment they make depending on their opponent that they play. That's all I want to tell you. So Jamaica have to learn all of the different game models where people can play and all of the different ways that team can play. So like if we play, as you say, counter-attacking, or we play attacking transition, or we play defending our opponent half or defending our own half, we need to identify what suits us best, but we can't just blindly say we will play this without being aware of what people can do to you. Because the person who designed football is a genius, you know. You can't cover every part of the pitch, right? There's certain, you can't keep the ball all the time. The next team will get it at some point in time. So it's for you to come up with a tactics that favor you depending on
Mr. Speed, can you score on your opponent without the football other than them scoring their own goal?
Who can I question? Jet, come on, man.
Ask one. I never say anything like that. I'm just saying don't get carried away too much with the system or the game model or whatever. It is important that you know all of them, and it's important that you know what to do to counter them all. That is what, to me, it's better for you to have that knowledge in trying to get carried away by I saw me I got play till me dead. See Spain dead there, see Germany dead there, see Brazil dead there, because so them I play till them dead. Don't get carried away with that. That's all the point.
And my final words is this, Mr. Speed. You in football, I don't think we can draw your way to a World Cup, and I don't think you can score without the football. So I believe that
but there's something
at some point for periods, you're not gonna win many games.
So I'm going to say this. Hold on. I've seen teams draw them with the World Cup final. Hold on, man. I've seen teams draw them with the World Cup final. You know why? What the team do? The team decides that they're going to draw the match and win from penalty shootout. You never see that yet. You come like you know.
No, they don't matter about qualifying for a World Cup. Them draw all the games and go.
It has happened before, I'm sure, and then win one. But the point I'm making is that I never said we're going to do that though. I said we must be aware of how to attack, how to defend, when to defend. Because one thing I know, if you can't defend, you're certainly not going. So teams have to be comfortable playing without the ball, and teams have to know.
And if you can't score, you're surely not winning. If you can't score, you're not winning.
Well, better you don't have a chance if you're losing. Okay, remember that.
Yeah, I would rather outscore teams. I would rather outscore teams than keep drawing every game.
You'd be the only team playing like that now. Just go back all over the world and see if nobody play like that. That's how Brazil try to play. There's no other team in the world playing trying to outscore teams now. What they do, they tough defense, all the top team. And I don't need you to tell me if I'm right or wrong. Go and look at every league in the world. If the team when they are top have the least goal score against them, you go and look. You know if you even take my word for it. Why you go and look for yourself? So people not thinking like
a team like Manchester City, Mr. Speed, a team like Manchester City has the potential to outscore people if it goes into. What I'm trying to say is,
but him not rely on that alone. He might rely also upon and you not consider that.
But it needs to be in your arsenal. It needs to be in your arsenal where if your defense get breached, what I'm saying, that's why I said with the whole Marian set up the team, Mr. Garden set up the team, is it basically. It's not a lot of room for error. If we don't buy one or two goals,
to be an argument about Miran still. We're talking about football. It wasn't supposed to be a Miran argument.
Yeah, but that's what I call in. I call in on the under 17 where I'm saying the way he sets up the team, I don't see the team ready to come like back.
Paul in the Bible, brother. Every time Paul comes in letter, he say finally brethren, and then you see the next 3 chapter.
But the truth is, you understand
me? So finally brethren. Finally, Virgin, and nobody give me no heap of chapters.
The team scored 5 goals in 2 matches. So I don't know why you talk about. You don't see no goal score.
Management, a whole religion was built off Paul. So don't underestimate.
Me not underestimate the man. No.
Yeah, all right. All right, management. Thank you for taking my call. We'll talk later. All right. Bless you.
All right, that was Jay Taylor for you. Finally, brethren. Yeah, the show.
Well, I may have Pessoa. All local coaches are not covered. You ever see a Cavalier team back yet from nobody, no care who? So don't say that. But all local coaches are covered. Cavalier attack with impunity. We don't care what they score. So don't bother talk about all local coaches are covered. And there's other coaches too who are attacking. Not true. Yeah. Take back that.
Hey, people, yo, we got big up on yourself, you understand me? Mr. Speed, yo, we are telling you, you really run your company. Me have some people work because they much call me miss, coming and know this thing. Understand? But people, bless up on yourselves, thanks for tuning in. We're going to watch Jamaica versus Costa Rica. Yes, Nazri, yes, man need him own show.
I know a show, man, him no work for Elite TV.
Oh, yeah. And him have we need to go listen to Jay Taylor when him do unplug. Football director unplug. Them man they good. If you don't want to hear some quote,
I hope GT learned something today.
We're not glad he learned something, but we don't think still. Because we don't know if listen still.
So, you can't listen to people, but a long ball.
But big up Jay Taylor. You understand me? Every person for tuning in. Remember, hit the like button. People, remember that the U15, there is no registration fee, no money is required. And if anybody approaches you about money, let us know. You understand me? Yeah. So it can be dealt with. I am Manny's man. Messam, Boris Johnson, Freddie, all of the former nationals were in the building. You understand me? Bless up on yourself. All the coaches, all the fans. Big deal, Len. So big, hey, people, big deal, Len. There's nothing that happened to a player connected to Jamaica that this man now have the Twitter information and the Instagram. As soon as them post anything, imagine in a big deal, Len. Big up yourself, big deal, Len. Jason Gona, the educated one out there, understand me? Yeah. It's called, Mr. Speed, the man them say, correct, can you tell me about no name square? Man them say it's called a diagonal pass. All right?
Never tell us, Mr. Diagonal pass sound better than square. You could have called a 1 year across.
Yeah. Big up Garfield Ratty Robinson in the building. Dare to ask 35 questions from scripture that are still relevant today. Check out the book. And name of a new one called Dare to Content. And them man, the coach Christian Ambassador. You understand me? Kevin Williams, the man with the bounty killer voice. Bless up yourself. Football director. You know, if you go check the comment, the people them beat you, but as usual, you understand me? I've never seen Jay Taylor on a show where the people them not beat the man. You ain't tired of beating, bro. No matter him change him name, or the same beating him get. You understand me? Big up on yourself, people. I am Manny's man. This is Rudolph Speed. We had Brian on. We had Unseen Sports TV on as well. And you know, when it gets to this point, we say we are over and we are OUT out of here.